Alrighty. Wait for a second for anybody to hop in if they want. If they so please, if they want to. Alright. 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 Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Oak Tree Saloon. Once again, I'm Oakley, I'm Oak Tree, I'm your host, and I'm going to be taking you guys on a mobile broadcast in a little bit. We're going to be going to a protest in Republic, here in town. We This is mainly, at least, obviously, all these protests have many meanings. They have a lot of complexities, a lot of layers, but ultimately for me, this protest is, because look, I'm not trying to get gluing on here. I'm not trying to become a conspirazoid, but it doesn't even seem like a conspiracy that the deadline for consideration of martial law essentially is tomorrow. So yeah, we're protesting today. The last protest. I really hope it's not. I don't think it should be. But oh man, I need a drink. I need some food before I pop off before I leave because I got about 30 minutes before I gotta leave. So that's why I'm still here. We're gonna be going mobile at some point, but yeah, took the chat. Yeah, I gotta pop off if I actually want people in here. But first I gotta get some food in front of me, some drink, because I woke up I slept past my alarm, woke up like an hour and a half ago, so I had almost no time for fucking stream prep because I gotta get my morning routine done and all that shit. A lot of pregame that like. Hold on, let me change my fucking scene. Oh great, you guys can see this. Stop it. How do I get a new scene? I want a new scene. Give me a new scene. Okay. At least it's black right now. At least it's blank. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Video capture. Mine. Mine. All right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, I create a new scene on the spot. Let's go. So yeah. Um. Fuck yeah, I'm starving. Let me go grab. I was working on a taco, but then shit. It's 8:05, man. Okay, I gotta pop off. Hold on. Let me make stream announcements. I gotta pop off. Yeah. Yep. Hold up. Hold up. Let me not show you guys my fucking friends list, man. Facebook's always fucking weird that way, man. You hop on and it immediately shows like your entire gallery of friends. It's nuts. Like fucking stop, man. Facebook, I'm just there. Okay. All right. That's something. Yada yada. We are live. Yeah. I'm getting corny. I'm getting Pepega cringe. Oh, I forgot to say it's almost happy hour. I gotta get used to that. It's always happy hour. It is. Yo, Woke Void. Welcome to the chat. Let's see. Man, I'm always. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I should say after. Gosh, should I say meme tender? It would be so cringe. It would be absolute. It would be terrible. Yeah. No. Yeah, there we go. I like that. That's cool. Okay. A little parasocial, but I like it. One of the things my mom left me with is a house full of fucking flies. During last summer, she decided, hey, the best way to keep the house cool, let's just open up the windows like all the time. And, one of the things I was really happy with about moving up to, hold on, no account. I'm a little high, so I can only do one thing at a time. No account necessary, just tuned in. I'm trying to craft the announcement because, like, I'm just gonna be copying and pasting this announcement pretty much everywhere. Like, there. Okay, there we go. What the fuck? It's bringing up my past news. I forgot to copy my post like a cringe little baby. Alright. Ding dong. Here's the post. What the fuck was I even talking about before I had to get onto this? Alright. Oh, what the fuck? 18 characters over, are you kidding me? Okay, of yeah, there we go. There. Okay. Twitter. Yep. No, I typed Twitter. There. Yeah, I never type X, man. Fuck that. You're never gonna be able to convince me to type X, you know? Ugh. Disgusting. For the fucking mentions. I fucking do that shit immediately. Oh, come on. You gotta be shitting me. Serious? Okay, let's click the link. Really appreciate it, man. Hey, how's your Path of Exile account doing, by the way? Fun. Hey, yo, self-plug, self-plug, self-plug. Sorry, I just gotta. Sometimes I forget which pages I gotta fucking post this shit on. Threads. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Take a minute. Okay, we're getting on some private shit. Hold on, I gotta switch scenes. Hello. Oh, this thing's loading at the speed of molasses, dude. I used to have such a beautiful computer. Remember the old tank? Like only the OGs on the channel really remember the old tank computer that I made videos with for a few years. It had 32 gigs of RAM. I'm not shitting you. 32 gigs of RAM. I bought this fucker in 2016. Oh, it was amazing. This little dinky piece of crap I got from Walmart. It's a laptop that it has 2 gigs of RAM on it in 2025. Yeah, got it just last year too. I, I was trying to get one. I asked for the one that had like 4 gigs. Yeah, I was at least trying to ask for one that had like 4 or 6 gigs on it, but it the guy just gave me the wrong one, and I only discovered it on the bus ride home. So obviously you can't turn the bus around. So sucks ass, but whatever. Right, hold on, I just got to get through Reddit, Tumblr, and Discord. Hold on, we're almost there, chat. Posts. Sorry, I'm a little non-conversational at 8:15 in the morning while I have nothing to actually talk about in front of me. Uh, Aw, I just noticed her. Hey, Cloudy. Want to be seen on camera for the first time? No? Okay. All right. That's my little girl Cloudy over there. If you can see. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure everybody could get a good view. But so I streamed delay's a little fucking crazy. But right. Streamer. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Just got to blast off on the Discord. What the I don't want to save a draft, Tumblr. What are you doing? What the fuck? What the What is wrong with Tumblr's UI? What the fuck? Hold on, I'm not onto Discord yet because Tumblr is a terrible website in just about every sense these days. Uh, yeah, I'm almost put. Fuck it. I'll put resistance on as one of the tags. It gets libs in. It gets the libs. All right, and then Discord. Oh my. Did you hear that one? Fuck. Dang. Work for those. And don't worry, I see that the camera on my computer is extremely buggy because, as I mentioned, the computer is fucking terrible, but the camera on my phone is a lot better. It should pick everything up decently. What the fuck is happening? Hold on. Hold on, I'm seeing on one of my Discords the happening bunker. Hold on. Oh, an Easter truce on the Ukrainian war. I doubt that'll hold. Anyway, it's just for 30 hours. Like, even if it held, it's just for 30 fucking hours. I mean, you go back to blasting each other with drone strikes. Man, I need to drop a liquid. Whew. Right, alright, hold on. Shit, I got two servers to post on. Fuck. Whatever, I got time. Come on. The stream will get significantly more entertaining once I get on the move. Or even get a taco in my ass. Oh, yeah, and I mean in my ass, chat. Whew, spicy. Right. Um, alright, we're popped off. We are popped off. Alright. Um, I'm actually gonna go get that taco. Hey, Cloudy. Oh, where'd you go? Hey, Cricket, you want to entertain the viewers? Cricket's my little Pekingese. Hold on. Hey, man. Hey, man. He's a little cutie pie, ain't he? He's a beautiful boy. Prettiest little boy in the world. I love you. Rah, 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 rah. All right. Yeah, you sit here, you entertain them for a little bit. My fucking goodness, the stream delay on this is crazy. I'm watching the stream and I'm just picking up Cricket now. Come on. How am I gonna know if this camera is pointed at his ass? There. There. Okay. Alright. You entertain them for a little bit.
Oh, it is, chat. Yeah. Forgot cheese at the store, but actually don't get pretty fucking good taco. Mean taco.
Hey, Cricky. Right. Check my scene, make sure everything's pointed correctly. Alright. My ears. Hope you all heard that as well. Good jump scares are always nice in a stream. Oh my fucking goodness. Sloppy Taki Taco. Huh? Sloppy Toppy Taco. Shit. Mm. Sloppy toppings? There. Mm. Shit's delicious though. Yeah, it's just gonna be a few minutes of this, and then I'll start packing up to get ready for the protest. I'm actually gonna be meeting some people, some friends of mine, before the protest. We're gonna be hanging out for like an hour or so, and then everybody else that's involved should start piling into the street, I guess. You know, the street corner that we're gonna be hosting this at. Mm. Just down in one taco. Uno taco. Yeah, I'm not cringe at all. Woo! Icy. I put chili powder in that shit on top of the taco seasoning. I love it. Mm. Doused it in chili powder, man. Got some nice like habanero sauce. Mm. Might have to do something about this before I hit public. How this whole beard line, because oh yeah, I can't. I gotta go out looking like a twink. I can't go out looking like a twink who's had two divorces and a mortgage. Oh man, yeah, that quick shaving can't take care of. Trust me, I'm a little bit more entertaining once I actually have something in front of me to talk about. But I'm staring at a screen that just has me eating a taco on it. So like, like I could talk about politics, but I really don't have the time until I actually get out there and start talking to people about the politics. So yeah, Mick loved his taco for a little bit. If I'm talking about sloppy toppies, man, and the taco sloppy toppings. Jeez. No, viewers, don't run off because I said sloppy toppy. Because I'm chewing with my mouth full. I know it's very rude. Hmm. I saw somebody crawling around back there. Cloudy. Meow. Maybe she doesn't want to be seen. I feel like I saw that in on the streaming screen. Hmm. Gosh, I feel like I'm getting myself on a really crazy time limit because I'm trying to be in town by 9, even though the protest actually starts at 10, but I don't need to be. I don't need to rush it like this. But I do want to get out there because even just me walking around and exploring the town is a lot more interesting than just sitting in my room. I get that. But hoping my beautiful hairs entertain you all enough. Hmm, hmm. Where we at? Where we at? We, all right. 2 viewers. That means there's somebody in here besides me. It's crazy. Yeah, mukbang. Surprise mukbang at the start of a protest stream. Fuck yeah, this shit is so good. I want to do like cooking videos if I can, because it's really important for people to know how to cook in these days, and a surprising few people know how to cook. Like one of my old friends was legitimately one of those types that couldn't even boil a hot dog. Legit, she couldn't boil a hot dog. That's sad, man. Not only because it's like that's like an essential adult skill, right? But also like it helps save you so much money when you know how to cook. I mean, pre-processed shit, especially in the town I live in, it's probably 3 to 5 times as much ultimately as stuff you can cook. Like I'm talking pizzas going for $10, pizza rolls going for 8, $9, you know, French fries going for like 8, $9, you know. Yeah, I know I'm not recommending people make their own French fries, but you know what I mean. If you made like this, all right, let's break it down. So the meat I used cost me $15. I used 3 packets of taco seasoning, so that brings me up to $18. I spent $4 on shells. I'm gonna have to spend a few more bucks on cheese. Like what, 25, $30 to build like build tacos for a week? So you break that down. It's like a buck or two a day, yeah, less than a buck a taco. Fucking delicious too. Mm. So much better than the pre-processed crap. Mm. Nutritious as well. Cooking is important all around. Like if you have the equipment and if you have the seasonings, that's the most important thing. You can really spice up a lot of bland ass shit with the right seasonings. But even if it's not so bland, oh my gosh, putting chili powder in my tacos is the best decision I've ever made with tacos. So, woof. Mm. All right, I gotta get ready. I'll try to do that on camera though. So, and then we'll be flipping it around, getting on the mobile. So, yeah, see you guys in a second.
Hey chat, why do I have Weird Al's version of Fell in Love with a Girl stuck in my head now? Like that's really great, you know? I was just humming it in the fucking bathroom. By the way, I'm shaved again. Yay. Fell in love with a girl. Fell in love once. Almost completely. She's in love with the world. Okay, it's nice. Come on, OBS, what the fuck? It became me with this shit. OBS, no, don't fail me now. Okay. What? Hmm? That's, okay, that's weird. Hold on, I'm gonna check something that's. I'm gonna check something on my stream settings real quick. Yeah, what the. Chat. Okay. All right, we're good, chat. All right, let me get it out and get it out. You want to see my man tits? Hanes shirts, man. If you've seen my streams, you know that sometimes I really do just sort of like rant like an angry old man. I'm a 22-year-old curmudgeon. I hate everything. You know. Yep. All right. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Got my clothes on. I'm dripped out. So I just gotta go get my, um, I guess my essential shit for the protest. Hold on. I got a checklist that I've created right here. Just under the event, I might forget some things while I'm live. Dripped out, motherfucker. I fucked off. Deodorized. I shaved. Oh, girl, what? Hey, Cloudy. No, you do this, you gotta be on camera. If you're gonna be like that, you gotta be. I gotta show you to the world. Shame. Shame. I'm kidding. She's wonderful. No. Okay. Okay. Meow. Meow. Oh. Okay. Well, hold on. There's a cat interruption, so I'm sure you all can understand. I'm kind of just like a piece of the environment for her right now. Like she's in a platformer level, and I'm just like a platform. Love you. Just inspecting everything real quick. Okay, so I need. Love you. Oh yeah, she's rubbing up on the mic, so you can probably all hear her. I don't have my fucking headphones on, so I can't hear shit. Say hello to the saloon. Cloudy, say hello to the saloon goers. They're enjoying happy hour, just like me. Aw. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I love you. I love you so much. Gosh. How are you the sweetest cat? Oh my gosh. Oh, you're too distracting. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh my fucking. Okay. So they really like the chin stuff. I've never had a cat for her, so like she really likes the chin stuff, man. Okay. Okay. So, wow, she likes this. Okay. Yay, I figured out a cat thing. I love that. Awesome. Okay, okay. You want more? Okay. Yeah, she's slow blinking and everything. Aw. I love you. You can get down off my desk now. I gotta go. I gotta run out to protest the government. Okay. All right. So, girl, girl, my little girl. Can you just stay up there then, entertaining everybody? I gotta run and grab a few things, put them in my pack, or you're just gonna follow me. Please do not knock down the headset. Okay. Chad, I am kitted out. I'm fitted out. I'm dripping like nobody's business here. I got a pregame in me. I'm rocking out with my cock out, and I am ready to roll, baby. Let's go.
Hold on, just checking off a checklist on here. Reading. I get the key. So need my. Before I go, I need to see if I can call my pharmacy real quick because I'm almost out of one of my mental health medications, and I need to well, my only mental health medication actually. I got that OCD life, but yeah. So hold on. Yeah, they open in 2 minutes, but I'm gonna give them a shot because otherwise I'm gonna be, on my phone pretty much the whole fucking day. So yeah, just give me a sec, chat. I'm actually gonna mute this. My house is yeah, it's my it's just my house, my apartment. Not it's decently sized, but it echoes a lot, so you can hear shit like happening in the other room, pretty much.
Ting. All right. All right. Well, that's everything off the checklist, basically. Just gotta grab my keys on the way out. Um. Okay. All right. See if this works, chat. Really fucking hope this works. I'm hoping I can just switch the scenes right over. What the You know what? I'm just gonna quickly chat. Before I go mobile, I just realized I had to still have to. Fuck, did I even get to that point? Stream info. Right. Alright. Yeah, yeah, alright. There we go.
Alright, chat. How's it fucking going? Yup, welcome back to the Oak Tree Saloon. Welcome to a mobile tavern edition today. We're going to this protest. Let's fucking roll. Anybody that's already been viewing, you'll know what protest this is. If not, if you're just showing up here, we're going to an April 19th protest here in Republic, Washington. We're gonna be talking to some folks, some people. Hopefully, we're going to be able to talk to some people involved with the local Democratic Party that I'm actually a part of. I will admit, I will disclose that. And so yeah, let's fucking roll. Hey, computer, check. Hey, computer. Bye, computer. All right. Hold up. Oh, and I could just flip the camera like that. That's beautiful. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you for actually having convenient UI. I love that. Wow, I really appreciate that. Okay, so oh, here's a boy. I love you, buddy. I'm going to do a protest. Oh, girl. I love you. Daddy's going to a protest today. Alrighty. I'm actually zazzy. Okay, where the fuck? Hold on, I gotta find my house keys, chat. Yeah, I kinda can't leave the house without those things. Where the fuck? Yeah, there, I'll place you down. Place you down and boots on which. Alright, okay. Okay, no, what? The keys! Alan Lickman, save me! I need the keys! Alan! Save me, man! Where are my fucking keys? Oh my gosh, this whole stream's gonna get derailed by some fucking keys. Hold on, what the worst case scenario, I know a way to get into my house without keys. But I'd like the keys. I honestly would. I'm gonna tell you, Chad, I really would. No. What?
Retrace your steps, asshole.
Chat, my keys! I can't find them. I can't find them. I need Alan Lickman's help. Can't handle the keys. Give me those keys. I found them, chat! In the fucking couch for some reason. Alright. Yo! I found them. Alright. I love you guys. Oh. I know. I'll try to be back as soon as I can, you know. Okay, guys. Oh. Girl. I know. I wish I could take you with me to this thing, but that wouldn't go well. I know that wouldn't go well. Come on. Out of my way, lass. Out of my way, lass. Oh, gosh. No, you get back in there. I gotta get a little mean. You get back in there, small animal. Alright, shit. Alright, love you guys. I'll try to be back as soon as I can. What the? How did you? What? She ended up on the outside, chat. What the Okay. No, you come here. Oh. I gotta chase her ass down. Hold on. Okay, not that far. Love you guys. Alrighty. Ting. Alright. Let's roll. Wait. Ooh, cool shadow. I like silhouette mogging. My silhouettes always looked better than my actual person. Hold on, I promised a group of people that I know I was going to bring some Crayola markers to the function. Yeah. Can't forget these puppies. Except where are the two that I don't want to forget? There's one. Oh, it's orange. Red is orange. It's supposed to have the fucking red. Oh, it doesn't like red, Dad. What about Cardi? Whole lot of red! Alright, anyway. Oh, I missed the red! Alright, sorry. Oh, I missed the right! Alright. No! We're gonna do this again, Cloudy? Really? Nope. Nope. Gotta juke your ass. Gotta juke your ass right out your paws. Alright, there. Alright, there. Cool, drop the keys. Chad, move. Alright. Now we're on our way. Just pointing it down for a second. I want to show my neighbor's cars. Alright. You know, I'm gonna keep it pointed down for a little bit. Just, I guess I could just point it at myself for a while. Yeah. Just, I ain't trying to show off landmarks so easily, you know? So, whole day of keeping this fucker pointed up, huh? Alrighty. Oh, and you're gonna see impeccable camera work because, well, I'm walking, so... Fuck, how do I keep this shit stabilized? I don't know, chat. I don't know. You guys, when I stop... Okay. Hold it! Hold it! I'm literally holding it with both hands. It's still not really working out for me. Alright, I fucking... Whatever, I gotta check my fucking mail anyway. Just point to the ground for that. Ooh, look at the crater. Come on, come on. There we go, chat. We are back. Welcome back to the Oak Tree Saloon. Alright. Cool. Hey, look, some fucking deer. They take up, like, I'd say about, like, 8.5% of the population here. Yeah, they're a sizable minority. We really should have a non-profit going for them by now. Sorry, I know that was a little bit of a privacy invasion what I just did. Alrighty. Alrighty. It's a beautiful fucking day out here. It was gloomy as shit just an hour or two ago. I was really worried it wasn't going to clear up, but radar said it should. Seems to be doing that right about now at the best time. I appreciate it, you know? So... I'm moving, I'm on the move, I'm schmoving. Let me try to point the camera a little downward. Like, you know where I'm going, but... well, there's no mailboxes here. We're good. Look at that. It's a beautiful fucking area we live in, man. Trying to find a way to hold the camera out where it's not exhausting my arm, because I know for like half of the day I'm going to be doing selfie mode, and I have to be raising the camera like this, you know. So, oh man, I genuinely might try to stop at the grocery store, get like some drinks. Yeah, they might have water where I'm meeting up with my friends. Because I drank the last of my water supply like this morning, so I need some more. I don't trust shit from the tap ever since, you know, the new guy in charge of HHS. Oh. Alright. We're kind of getting there. This is a pretty small town, so it shouldn't be but like, what, 5-10 more minutes of walking, and then I'll get to my destination. Until then, we got some beautiful fucking scenery. Alright. Oh. The E is taking something out of my legs. Oh, whatever. I got beautiful hair now, so it's a good trade-off, honestly. A little bit more of an elven face than I used to have. Shit, man. Come on. Lock in. Whoa, did you hear those neck cracks, chat? That was crazy. Fuck. Whew. I've been doing that since I was like 12. My mama told me, you know, if you start that shit, you won't ever be able to stop it, and, well, she was right. On a few things. Oh, shit, we're coming up on a pack of civvies. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to, like, point the camera down in a way, because these people definitely don't know they're being filmed. Well, they won't be. There, just keep it pointed over here. I'm gonna mute shit just for a second, chat. Some friends of mine just passed me by. Yeah, we're all into the same joint. Come on, turn away so I can show the road. I don't want to get you guys' car. They're far enough away. They're far fucking enough away. I have respect for them, maybe not as much for these next people coming up. I don't really care about anybody else. So whatever. Kidding, chat. No license plates. Whoa. Actually, chat, let's get off the back roads for a second. Let's actually explore something worth exploring in this town. So this right here is the Republic Library. This is actually the reason we got involved to start doing what we were doing with the Ferry County. It's a beautiful place. It's, you know, got a good selection considering the size of the town, honestly. I'm honestly more surprised that one of the neighboring towns that's even smaller has one, but this is the progress flag that started all. This got quite a few people talking back in like December and January, and that's where we showed up to that meeting. So, man, somebody had drawn a pride flag there. I think I've taken a few pictures of it on my Insta. They've washed it. They're not a pride flag, a trans flag specifically. Gotta be careful with how I film, but yeah. So I can just, yeah, look at the beautiful town here. There's our big grocery store. The only real grocery store in town. There's a few corner shops. One that's really just a convenience store. The only thing that they sell more of is like lottery scratch-offs. And then there's a co-op that mainly specializes in like veggies and shit. Yeah, fresh produce, real like locally sourced shit, which is nice. Honestly, though, as isolated as our town is, a lot of the things we get are pretty locally sourced. Anything we can grow here comes to the stores, you know? Yeah, anything that we can grow in this town ends up on someone's dinner table, because, wow, you know? Do run on margins here in small towns. But I mean, you can't trade this kind of quaint little downtown, you know, if you can call it a downtown experience, you know? I love it. This feels like Main Street, Mayberry, you know? It's awesome. Alright. Hey, how's it going?
There's some cardboard.
Awesome, thank you. Much appreciated.
There's just 4 pieces. You can use what you want.
Cool. Awesome. So we are here at my favorite restaurant in town, 18 North. It's kind of the centerpiece of our movement here. Hold on. All right. Well, what time is it? It's about 9:30, so I'm going to be here for about a half hour before everything begins, chilling, making a sign, talking with friends. So might even get an interview. Who knows? All right. We are back, chat. I don't know why there was an outage. I don't know if I accidentally hit the button or some shit. They really shouldn't make it that prominent. Wait, no, there's usually a... Yeah, they usually ask you a questions, and I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm back. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this awesome blank sign that one of my friends gave me. Yeah. I already know what message I want to write on that sucker. So. What would pop one? Hold on, Joe. We gotta move this sucker. It's so big that if I put it on the edge of the table, it just splays out and blocks the path. Okay. Alright, chat. Now, I'm a dum-dum, so I'm going to look up a guide for how to draw, how to trace block letters. So, hold on. Yeah. Okay. This one should work. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So I gotta draw it like... Oh, no. Yellow's not working. Yellow's not working. Crap. What? Actually, hey, Heather. You can have this back. It's drowning my markers.
Sorry about that one. You could potentially do that. If you don't, that's totally fine. But I think those might actually show up. What do you want it to say? Okay. Sounds good. I like it.
I got a yellow one here, and I want to write El Salvador in red.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, we're back, chat. We found some appropriate drawing utensils. The black is drowning out my markers, so I had to switch to crayons. still so faintly.
You know, it's still coming out so faint. I feel like you guys could do the song better justice.
Do you want me to write what you wanted it to say?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like a pen? No.
Yeah.
Think really quick.
I'm good drawing on the cardboard. I did that last time. With those same Crayola markers.
You don't have any random, you have a paint pen.
Yeah.
You know what? On the bar back, where all the like sugar and desserts and stuff are,
Yeah.
is a tea kettle or a teapot with a key on it.
Yeah.
The paints are in the closet like that.
All right.
All right. Helps that I worked here, helps that this goes up, so I know where it is. So if it rains, you're screwed, but they'll be crying like the tears in the public in there and fall down.
I guess I'll bring this one. Alright, chat, let's see if this one works. Trying to find good utensils for this. Muy quesadilla, it works. Thank you, Lisa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oakley, if these are your glasses, I'm putting them over here.
Oh, God. The sunglasses on here.
You don't even necessarily like really we're gonna go stand on the corner. We're not gonna like fly yet, but we're gonna. Hey, Heather? Yeah. So Madeline broke her wrist falling. Who's Madeline? Madeline Ferry. Lady that fell. Did you see the lady fall? Oh, she broke her wrist. Oh my goodness. So if you look at that corner, it's completely wrong. For protesting. So you got that wall. It's too narrow for people, and then what she tripped on was where the asphalt bumps up to the wall. Yeah. And it broke her wrist. I don't think that's the corner anyway. I think these two and maybe Steve's corner are better because this is the least visible corner. I mean, you're facing what? 6th Street? I hear you. Well, we're gonna stand there because that's where that's where people are gonna stand. I'll tell them that they should go over there. Well, the kitty corner from us, not the corner. This corner is like where all the traffic coming in the corner. All the traffic coming in here. I mean, you just want to do that from the city and then more treasure.
That might work. That might work. Ah, there it is.
I was thinking use the paints, not those, actually, because that's what I use.
Okay.
Yeah, the paints are better. And I'm going to use my chalk signs. I mean, finish it with what you're doing, but don't color it in for heaven's sake.
Oh yeah, definitely not gonna. I wasn't planning on coloring it in.
Paints are fine to use for coloring.
Okay. Yeah, it's just they're not really coming up on the tracing part, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just trying to trace it.
And just all this stuff needs to be out of here before
Oh,
we leave. So like put it in the back room maybe.
All right.
Just all this stuff. Okay, you ready to open it?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Let me just put this over here. Okay, that will be the last one. Okay, I'm just gonna draw a little circle. That's it. Cool. Hold on, Chad. I'm putting markers back in a box. You know the trick. One at a time. Something's going wrong with one at a time. What the fuck? It's getting caught on something. There we go. Alright. That's fine. Already went outside.
What?
Heather already went outside and gave the piece.
Just put that in there. Why are you standing there? I need the most visible toner. It's so annoying.
All right, chat, you ready for the unveiling? Yeah, I really had more confidence with Salvador than I thought. You know, I thought I had more room with Salvador, but oh well. Gets the point across. Especially because L is so big. It's like I'm telling the world L Trump won. Like fucking. Jeez. Ugh. Alright. Oh, crap. Alright. Well, sorry, Jack. The stream kind of keeps cutting in and out a little bit because we're in shaky data territory, but we should make it work. Alrighty. First mission. Man, how do we...
Yeah, that one is, that's just gross.
Man. Yeah, got 4 people on the stream right now. Yeah. By the way, how's it going, everybody? If anybody can chat, if any of you got accounts, please hit me up. I'd love to hear from you. Got any questions, just let me know. Man. Hey, yo, Justin, I'm trying to see if I could plant this somewhere. That way I can maybe go around and, like, do interviews and shit. Do you think it... Gosh. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe somebody will bring, like, some objects or some more chairs or something soon. Yeah, I don't...
Okay, that is the highway, okay.
I mean, if I... Hold on. I got an idea, chat. I got an idea. Paperweight. There we go. There we go, chat. Rightly displayed. Boom. All right. First mission of the day completed. So we... Oh, man. Hold on. I just want to spend a few minutes looking at all these people's signs. Everybody's got creativity. Oh, that's fine. Cool. Yep. And... Alright. Hey, Justin, good if I show your sign?
We don't have the rain.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it's too bad though that there's not enough people, brilliant people around that we feel like we need to do this.
Hey, you guys cool if I show your signs to the stream? I'm live right now. Yeah.
You want this side too?
Yeah, sure. Hold up. Me.
I had too many things
Awesome.
to say. I really needed
Awesome.
more signs.
And then flip it around. I love that other one you had too. Yeah. Fuck yeah. And then that's sick. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Excuse me, sir. I'm currently live streaming. You mind if I show your sign? Sure. Awesome. Yep. Just loving to see the creativity from everybody. Oh, you got double sides. Awesome. A lot of people have double-sided ones. I love that. Beep beep.
Hey.
Got our first greeter.
Time and read the signs.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
The honking I take as agreement.
Yeah.
As opposed to paint as opposed to signs they can
Oh.
do when they put their sign.
Oh yeah. Hey Rod, how you doing, man?
Good.
Man, I'm actually live streaming right now. Camera's pointed at myself. Don't worry. But although if any of you are cool with me showing your signs, I'd love to. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's great. I love seeing everybody's creativity at work. Oh, gotta love that. Yep. Exactly.
All right. I'm amazed.
Man. So yeah, I want to show. Oh man, there's somebody dressed in all rainbow colors. I definitely want to ask if I can get just even a little glimpse of them for the stream, because that'd be fucking awesome. Seriously, they even got the circus wig. It's sick. All right, well, I guess this part involves me actually walking around and trying to greet people. So, hey, awesome, thank you, yeah. Loving everybody's creativity today. Oh yeah. Wait, what?
I said spread it around.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And pardon me, ma'am.
Iris?
Pardon me.
Yes.
I'm currently live streaming, and you are. I'd love to show the stream if that'd be okay.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about.
Awesome.
Look.
Look at this. This is beautiful. This is what it's all about, everybody. I love everybody's creativity.
I could give you my phone number. You know what? I forgot to bring.
I'm actually, hey Chad. Apparently, I'm getting an interview, but yeah. So I'm not with the interview, not with the. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but not with the paper officially. But I write for the Progressive Voices column. If you've read that. Yeah, it's a Democratic Party's column. If you've ever seen Nancy Churchill and her dangerous rhetoric, it's essentially our counter to it. And then I also work as the web manager for Pride of Ferry County.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. I love your hair, by the way.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I love yours.
Yeah. Well, mine's.
Oh, I know.
You've got to see the other side. Stephen made it.
That's awesome. Hey, Penny. Hey, Penny. Hey, I'm actually streaming right now. You mind if I show the stream your sign? Yeah. Awesome. And then you have another one on the other side, right? Awesome. Yeah, gotta love that. Love all the double-sided ones today. Alright, my sign's still holding up well. It's good to see. I gotta dismount somehow. this one somehow. I think I can. Awesome. Awesome.
We liked it up here.
And we also have
I've never paid 96 is like
I know. That would balance the budget into eternity.
Already.
Are we now about to lose our Ferry County Hospital?
nephew and niece coming over here, but I don't know that they can work remote. They're over in the Seattle area.
Alright, well.
Babbling idiot. Have to be in that kind of population.
So, I mean, you know, it's at this point, you know, we're here for a while. We're set up. We're standing. We're sitting, some of us. Hey, I get it. And, I think my next goal is probably to try to get an interview with somebody.
That's the source of revenue.
Not yet, I'm sure it's coming. What was your name?
You know what?
Brain power in that. They cuss at everybody over things they don't agree with.
Hey,
My name's Linda.
I'm Justin.
Nice to meet you, Justin.
hey, Justin, I'm getting real thirsty. I'm gonna head down to Anderson's. You cool keeping my sign safe?
For sure.
Awesome, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Cleaning that handful of aggressive Democrats and yeah, and there's and they were all old. Well, there's kind of back to the
All right, chat. We're taking a little bit of a detour because to do interviews, I gotta have some liquid on my tongue. So, I'll be right back. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, we just gotta get ourselves some fucking Powerade today. It's a drink day, baby. Man, don't take much to soothe it. Quench my thirst. So, yeah. By the way, we're going through a few Wi-Fi zones, so this shit might cut out again, but we'll see. Alright, alrighty. Hey, Pat, cool if I drop my bag? Awesome, thank you, man. Fuck me. Gotta leave myself some money for milk and cheese. I'm gonna get two of these fuckers. Oh shit, I hear a child behind me. Might have to point this shit down for a little bit. We'll see. Well, this is the unskippable cutscene of waiting in line for groceries, so can't really avoid this one. And yes, I am wearing sunglasses inside a grocery store. Fuck you. Alright, I wouldn't be surprised if you can barely hear my ass right now. I think I gotta start projecting once I get back out there. Alright. Hey, how's it going? Doing pretty well.
Over here. Okay, we're looking at 365. Awesome. And there you are.
Have it going, bro.
You too. You going?
Alright, chat, just give me a sec. Gotta put my groceries away. Or, you know, these, Powerades, in all reality. Alright, chat, we're off. And now we're not, because there's a fucking traffic jam. Let's keep going, man. You're good, you're good. You're fine. Rather be behind you than in front of you. Alright, gamers. We're walking back to the function. And once again, we're almost there. Okay. Oh, cool. Awesome. Oh. Awesome. Think you can find a way to stand that up.
We had one guy tell us that Trump is the best, but other than that, one other head shake.
Of course.
Mostly positive.
Yeah, of course I can't be quiet. When they start dumping, say Trump's the best. My poor cats. They're like, something will be on TV and I'll start yelling at the TV and throwing my Nerf balls at it and everything. They run and hide. They don't know if it's them that's in trouble.
He is the best at one thing.
Trying to tell.
He is the best at one thing. Going to Epstein Island.
Doing what?
Going to Epstein Island.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
It was Epstein's best buddy.
Yup. I thought about a sign like that too, and I was like, I better not.
Awesome.
Well, yeah. I was trying to keep it
Stood up. Wonderful.
family clean too. I don't have any friends thinking where they ought to. I think the Elon and just rockets and
but that is
that's what they say they're going to do.
Yeah.
Then let
they
those guys
are
go.
not doing their job.
And maybe it'll be one of those rockets that doesn't make it too far out.
But it's like, oh, they asked him about that Garcia guy, and he was like, well, I don't have anything to do with that. Yeah, ask my lawyers at the DOJ.
He always says that.
I mean, it's like you don't have anything to do with it.
So, as you can hear, chat, we got quite a lot of people lived up today. I love it. Unlike most other leftist streamers, I will tell you, I love it.
And there's nobody to stop. Well, today they rejected, or they put a halt, they held a transport.
Libs are important.
That's right. It's a temporary, temporary.
Alright, so I'm just trying to spy out my first interview target. Oh wait.
Oh wait.
Are you still streaming?
Okay. So someday I'll be going to one of those because it's a new process.
Hey Steve, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm actually streaming right now. Yeah, streaming the event. Yep.
Hi there.
Yep. Oh, hold on, let me turn it around for you. I like to keep it pointed towards myself just in case, I don't want to record anybody that doesn't. Oh, they agreed already. They're good with it. Yeah, here. Yeah.
My brother died so we were in South Carolina. Yeah, so we had fully intended to come, but I'm sorry. My brother. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So anyway, so we intended to be here, but plans changed. But we're here and we'll come to the meetings. We're not. We haven't. Yep. We haven't given up.
Love it.
Not gonna.
Is it like being late? Rebecca can make it better. Wow.
She works every Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, I just saw her drive by. She's kind of a recluse. Yeah, she's.
Any chance we can have meetings during the week? Let's get through the next couple of months, and then we'll take a break for back to the
So, in May, is it removed again?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, I forgot.
Hey Heather. So later, I'm wondering if possibly, like at some point during this, I could possibly get like an interview with you. It would be entirely for my, my own platform. It would boost me more than it would boost anybody else around here. But it's just me being honest and asking, and yeah. But I think you would be a great person to interview.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
You got it. Just let me know when.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, in May it'll be it's 1 o'clock on the first Sunday, right?
Hold on, Chad. I just saw a goated sign. Pardon me. I'm currently live streaming this event right now. You cool if I show your sign? Awesome.
On YouTube?
Yeah, this one's great.
Yeah, live streaming on YouTube?
On Twitch, actually.
On Twitch?
Yep.
I wasn't expecting you to be there.
It's really the more popular one for, I guess, leftist streamers, Yeah. Don't get kicked off of there for saying cis.
We'll go over the bylaws.
Yeah.
You guys have those. I wanted you to look at them first. I'm going to explain those. And then the next one.
Oh man, didn't even see those.
It's been a lever. Like I said, it's
Awesome.
that hard drive crashed, and I can see everything in there.
I would water those, Iris, but
Some of
I
it turns into
think like
policies, like the little
she probably doesn't know what the fuck that is, and I would probably scare her.
Squares and dots. It's like in DOS, but not letters. It's like put it into some kind of binary code or something. It's really weird. Yeah, the virus. I don't know what caused it.
Well,
I've got the hard drive out and I keep sucking stuff off of it here and there when it'll let me. But like with that file, it'll print, and then it gets there and it stops, and then I tell it to keep printing, and override whatever it says.
Move around a little bit. I do got a question to ask that pair over there, but
It's like, we need to get rid of that. We need to get back
but don't want to stand in one place. Say that makes for a rather unentertaining stream, so
It goes on that way.
I'll stand in 2 places.
Well, and if that wasn't in place,
Trying to remember, I need to keep this thing
I
fucking
don't think we
splayed
would
out.
have this
See, chat, you gotta remember, I can barely see my own phone through sunglasses and sun.
And so she gave up.
corporations are allowed to put unlimited amount.
Not the highest brightness, but fuck.
It ought to be legal.
Fuck, man.
Limited period of time.
No, that didn't work. That didn't work. I'm blind now.
Can't take funds.
No, I really can't see anything.
And she's not there.
Supported through the election process. Everybody
Fuck.
gets the same
All right.
amount of support. Everybody gets the same amount of
Honkers.
Well, I mean, it was an article under Rachel Maddow. I mean, you
Public
know,
broadcasting
and it was just,
means
there's a lot of controversy. I know I've run for Lawrence and needed to hold another job. They're in direct conflict. Yeah.
and they're owners.
So they're
You know.
Basically, I'll need to be. I'm not even. I'm appointed.
Yeah.
So I'll have to wait till the next
Right,
round.
be elected, but by then you'll be chair anyways. I don't need it. No. What do you think I'm grooming you for?
Ah, exactly. But,
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We can work it together.
hey, Steve, I do got one, I guess, politics-related question to ask you, something business-related. So I saw the list of elections in the let's say the vacant Parks and Rec spot, if that would be a conflict of interest that would disqualify me from
Say it
maybe.
again.
So I'm interested in going for one of the vacant Parks and Recreation Commission spots, but I'm wondering if that doesn't allow me to also serve in my capacity with the party.
That's a party doesn't have a rule on that.
Okay.
Up to the parks.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's whatever their bylaws or their
All right.
regulations. says.
All
So
right.
if they're good with it, then it's okay with it.
All right, I'll have to look that up. All right.
And I think there was a does it mention the treasurer as an officer? Because the
It
treasurer
says the
is
secretary is an
Yeah.
officer, not a
the
treasurer.
executive.
The executive secretary,
Right,
not
then
the
there's another-
undersecretary.
Right. Okay,
So
so
Laurel's the undersecretary and your wife is the secretary.
right, but Laurel's also the only
But she's also the other person who's
only elected
the
piece.
officer.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, so it's coming.
So, like, basically, if you have less than the 7, I think it was, then it goes to majority vote. And
And then it's just who's there.
the
All
chair.
right, chat. Well, I got my question answered from the chair. Maybe wait and see about some updates soon from the channel about my future prospects. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, let's look at my pretty sign again.
That's why I don't.
Part of the local media with the paper or
Not with the. Hey. But I'm not with the paper officially, although I am now writing for the Progressive Voices column. Have you seen that? Yeah.
No, I haven't, but that's
Yeah.
good. I like it.
Yeah, we're it's
We're
the
progressive in there, and it's speak to me.
yeah, it's kind of the if you've seen Nancy Churchill's Dangerous Rhetoric, it's kind of the Democratic Party's counter to that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I don't get the local paper over there, so or I haven't. Maybe I should start taking it.
Yeah, I wear a few hats as well. I'm the web manager for Pride of Ferry County. I am a state committee member and a PCO for the state and local Democratic parties. I also found founded Action Blues. It's a social media movement aiming to try to bring more young people into politics, not just in a voting sense, but in active participation.
Yeah, participating.
Yeah. And this is just for my my little side project, my YouTube channel. You know, I like to work on videos just about my life, but sometimes about politics as well. And, well, hey, I thought great intersection of that would be streaming this protest, so.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes.
Pardon me. All right.
That's what I need. Duct tape.
All right, we got a new one. All
All
right, we got a new sign in the bunch. I might go see that. I'm pretty much just trying to mentally prep myself for the interview. Because chat, this is literally my first time doing this as well. I've gotten multiple interviews on me, but so far this protest, but I haven't actually done an interview, so need to change that. All right, but first I want to go see the sign of this one fellow that joined us. Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, I'm currently streaming the event. Mind if I show you a sign? Awesome. Awesome. Thanks, man. Oh, cool, cool. Oh, shit. We got more joining the fray. Ah, man. Actually, I'm just going to show that one. This guy's showing his sign to everybody. Nice. 47. Bunch of different, very terrible things adding up to 47. Gotta love it.
People drive by that didn't know, and they may run home and do something.
Oh, awesome. Man, I'm wondering where I should try to prep my shit.
Unfortunately, and I was this close to it, still couldn't do it.
I was thinking about it.
Hey Heather, I actually think maybe if we could do the interview at 18 North afterwards.
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah, quieter setting, but it's more sit down as well.
You got it.
Awesome.
Oh, nice. That was the semi-truck. Nice. He gave us a good head shake.
Awesome.
A nod. Yeah.
Try to brace this. There we go. There we go.
So are you from here?
Oh yeah, I've been living in Republic for about a year now. My name's Oakley Robbins.
Oakley?
Yep.
I thought I saw your name on the list of people attending.
Yeah.
My name's Gloria.
Oh, great to meet you, Gloria. I'm actually live streaming the event right now. You mind if I show your sign?
Sure.
Awesome.
Next time.
Wonderful.
I'm not in a neighborhood. My neighbor's like a quarter of a mile away from me.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure this morning when I got it.
It's super exciting. Well, I mean, not because we're all mad and there's bad things here, but it's exciting that.
See, I'm loving the color out here from everybody's signs. You wouldn't see this at like a right-wing protest. You would just see reds, whites, and blues. You know, that would be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The abuse of the flag is what you see.
Oh yeah. Purely.
Bob decided to wear his little thing hat. It's our flag too.
Instead of the right wing, you mean the wrong wing?
Exactly. Right assholes. Oh man.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
You know, we've got all this 4th of July bunting and all that kind of stuff from over the years. Next time I might just bring all
I'm surprised.
Well, I see. I might have to switch arms, chat, for a little bit. I didn't realize how some streamers do this. I need a little buddy like Hassan to just follow me around with a camera.
I mean, what about this?
Just everywhere I go. That way I wouldn't have to worry about how much I'm doing this shit. You know that Vine? Wee woo, wee woo. Yeah.
I know.
I don't know. Trying to keep it as entertaining as I can while we're just literally standing here. Hey. Filming you, filming me. Hey. I love it.
You're fine, you're fine. I'm Denise the Perk. Yes, nice to meet you. We're all of the work. I met your husband here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, I might have to agree that's okay, but it's really nice to meet you. Denise.
Gotta post for every picture because last protest proved you never know which one is gonna end up in the fucking paper.
I'm already a member of...
Okay. Okay.
I don't know why I'm not. I could be, and I just don't know.
Man, I got like infinite stoner levels of cottonmouth right now.
Yeah, we were debating. There's so many topics. It's like,
Well, and today was going to be the No Kings. I think that was
No
in
Kings
general.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't make one of those signs.
So yeah, let's
Well, and that's a pretty general.
let's try to yeah.
Not that I see.
Give me a view of our beautiful town too. I love it.
Call for guardians in this area?
Yeah, never lived in an area like this before, chat. You know, I was always a Florida boy. The beaches, the ocean, shit like that. That kind of beat. So, yeah. Man, love it. Also not so fat as to where the upward angle is actually terrible now. Yeah, I love seeing all the support. So far, we've gotten a lot of support. Few head shakers. Somebody being like, oh, yeah, I love Trump, but so far, so good, chap. Feeling the love. Yeah, feeling the love for sure. Alright. Oh, shit.
I'm on the high ground.
Yeah, I can't stand on that slope.
I might try to go talk to somebody setting up on the opposite corner. It's one of our people, but I just want to talk to them.
It was over 5 million. It needs to be about 15 today. Yeah. Really make a statement.
Yeah. Because I think that's Sarah.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a website you can go on to and sign up for a general strike.
I've lived in Ferry County. I've lived here in Republic for about a year.
Oh, good for you. I've seen you walking on the streets. I didn't know your name.
Yeah. I originally came from Florida.
Okay, well, that's a big shift.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, exactly. And spring and fall. You know, Florida, it's like 11 months of summer, and then you get a little bit of like 40-degree temperatures.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Then the iguanas start falling out.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I have a brother-in-law who lives in Florida, but Florida overwhelms me. That's not my thing.
Oh yeah, I just honestly hate what's happened to the beautiful state I grew up in. A lot of the beauty has been corrupted with hate and contempt and yeah.
No, I know I can understand that the politicians there.
And you know, the politicians have neglected everything. So, you know, there's drug addicts who are homeless on streets that don't support the cars, you know, and nobody can get an education and it's terrible, you know. I mean, in Florida they literally have charter schools now being built out of strip malls because of the lax laws. And these things aren't even really schools. They aren't educational facilities. They'll pop up for like a year, get a few textbooks, and it's basically a money-making scam because they're private. Yeah. Yep.
Hi, Sarah. All right.
Hold on, chat. Just watch the cars. Alright, there we go. There we go. We're back.
And they were there.
Like I said, spotty Wi-Fi zones.
It was like they
and shitty data.
They were yelling slogans and chants that I had heard that made sense to me. You know, they were talking about issues frankly that a lot of even the left pundits would talk about. You know, like what's happening in Gaza. And it was really good to see them so fired up. So that was inspiring. So I came back here with like a little oomph.
The younger part I was doing that David.
Really wish we can get a viewer spike. I want to have that coincide with maybe running up to the middle of the road and like getting a a panorama of everybody.
Well, I mean, I've got
This is awesome.
at home of things that need to
I think we got just as many, if not more, people out. We're more concentrated on one side of the road, which helps.
No fault of anyone. It's just that, like, if you don't see things happening, then you're not going to get involved, and you just lose steam.
Well, actually, some of that still has.
Yeah, last protest, we, half of the people will set up shop on that side of the road, and I don't think it diluted it by any means, but I think this is nice for a different effect. Having a good crowd in one place, as opposed to two decently sized groups.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little scary. I've been kind of putting myself
surrounded by.
I can't say
I don't know if he came out of there alive.
I think what it's probably hard for the business owners. Yeah, they because really if they run a business, you have to leave the politics out of it. You in a town like this, like I manage the credit union.
Oh, so you have like those relationships to think about.
Yeah, oh, we knew you were right away.
Oh, darn it. I went to look right now.
All right, let's get a count now. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move over. Yeah, there's over.
So you're videotaping, that's good.
Yep, I'm actually live streaming.
In case there's anybody rolling cold.
I suppose so, yes.
It's solid.
Exactly.
Considered a solid.
Yeah, I know. Mind if I actually show you?
When they blast you with diesel fumes.
Oh, I heard that term.
That's considered an assault.
All right.
It is? Yep. And does that happen somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it happened the last time. Oh yeah. Yeah.
When I was in town, that's kind of what those trucks were doing. They were gunning their engines and rolling up and down Main Street. What's your sign say?
So I just love, showcasing the creativity everybody's brought out here. Like I said, you wouldn't see this shit at a right-wing protest.
Yeah. What does your sign say? So is that what that roller thing, is that happening?
I love having to sidestep random people being like, why are you here live streaming this? Is it to help ensure safety? Like, yeah. I'm totally not here clout chasing. Wait, I'm sorry?
I feel like you're right in front of the sign. Most people are turning.
Oh, shit. Hold up.
I would not be surprised.
Man, I wanna just feel... It's like I want to walk around and like talk to people, but at the same time, I don't want to get like too many people, recorded at wanting it. So, let's see. Man,
John told me to take him home.
For the first protest, we had other people on the other side of the street.
Where you had them spread out.
I hope next time we're out here we see some more stuff about like the SAVE Act and the Real ID shit. I'm actually writing an article on the SAVE Act right now.
There's just so much, man.
Oh yeah.
It's a cornucopia of things to be.
Oh yeah. But that SAVE Act really terrifies me in particular. I'm worried I'm going to lose my right to vote.
Yeah. Well, that's what they like.
I think they will. Anybody else?
Yes.
Just so everybody knows, these two guys across the street are having
Hey, we got some buddies coming up. Awesome.
I think they just disappeared. I'm sorry I raised the alarm. But they were hecklers last time and they just had a whole bunch of nasty slurs to say.
Oh, of course.
Census takers.
Good idea.
A couple of years back.
How you doing, darling?
Never seen you. Missed you last night. Teresa's for Easter. Is it Easter celebration?
Well, I was supposed to be at Madison's yesterday, but it just didn't happen. Between Greg, Colin,
It is a little bit weird that I'm like the only person under 25 here, because if there were a few others, a few other Zoomers, I could at least talk about like, oh man, did you see the content comp? But like nobody here knows what a fucking content comp is. Like the youngest person I see here, Justin. Do you know what content comp is?
Content comp?
Yeah. No, exactly. Exactly, chat. It's a YouTube video series. Yeah. The latest one just released. Everyone's real hyped about it because he was contributing to some big internet drama.
kind of like in the rest of the world. You are promoted until you're in a position of least effectiveness. Last time I went, they didn't get to play it off. Oh, that's too bad.
So the girls don't have any choice in that. They may
And it's crazy. Despite these sunglasses don't work for shit, man. It's about 10:45. Yep. Yeah, we're getting so many people that we're considering splitting. Because if we're gonna get a whole lot of people anyway, big crowds on both sides. It's better than big crowd on one side.
Oh, that just went by.
Awesome. I love old fuckers shooting this shit, man. I heard one of them say, "Oh, how are you doing, young man?" I turned my head. It's just an old guy talking to another old guy. I love it.
He's gonna try and get some of the people over there too. Yeah. I'll go over there. Get on their own side.
Oh.
Like those kind of guys that say, "I'm yanking your chain, man."
Stay here for a moment so she can get a photo.
Okay, we're blocking the road. We're blocking the road, people. It's a little funny, but we're blocking the road. Oh shit! Hey, we got a celebrity out here.
I didn't think my parents could. But I was 16.
Get here for the group photo first.
All right, all right.
Okay.
I was trying to holler, I forgot. Is it right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
You want to hold your sign?
I don't really have the.
We have a flag.
It's the only one that's not being held. I think the association's pretty clear.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Did I hit you with it?
No, we're happy to put it up.
Oh,
Yeah, very
awesome. Got a big old American flag hanging up for this protest now. We're taking over. Okay, spot to sit for a fucking second. Sorry, chat, but I gotta cool my keister. Oh man. Let's look at the pretty fucking clouds for a second.
True.
So was Angel thinking it was a Democratic Party issue, or what?
I didn't ask. It never ends. I love it. I was going to say, the time that Bernie was supposed to I went and had that and we never got it. And so Bill came to town and he said, well, let's try because he was doing the second rally. And since Bill was crippled, he was barely moving.
It's interesting to see how many people are still rocking the hands-off signs.
Went in and they said, oh, sorry, and we got like within 10 feet of Bernie when he spoke. It was amazing. And I got to touch him and talk to him and shake his hand.
Yeah.
All we need is a wheelchair.
Despite being decried by like 90% of, Twitch leftists, I'm sorry, but the hands-off shit stuck, Sorry, you can't deny it. Yes, I am the evil Democrat here to tell you that the liberal protest strategy actually worked. So, yeah. It turns out lib shit gets the job done sometimes. See, you need to be liberal in organizing, you need to be leftist in ideology. That's the way to get results. You communicate a message that people actually care about, that resonates with, large swaths of working class people. And then you come together peacefully to organize for it. Make it a big community event. Hey, Sarah, I'm actually...
kind of default. Easy.
I'm currently live streaming the event right now. You mind if I show the sign? Awesome.
There's one on each side, and I have a stack of other signs. If you want to get them all.
Oh, it's cool. Just flip it around. You can flip it around. Awesome. Yeah, I love to see. This one's cool as well. I like to see how many people are still rocking the hands-off signs.
Yes, I know. This one, I had this one 2 weeks ago, and it's still kind of my favorite.
Yeah.
And I try to feed the good wolf. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I went provocative again, but...
See you all in El Salvador. That's a good one.
Uh-huh.
The last time it was hands off my pants Nazi.
Yes,
right?
yep, exactly, yep.
I was thinking about that this morning. I was thinking, I think I kept looking to his pants a lot, and that probably made him feel weird. You want to get on the side? Did you get Deb's sign?
Oh yeah, I've gotten everybody's signs so far. Well, I haven't gotten the people across the street yet. Well, actually, no, I got theirs. But these people that showed up, got a few more signs to capture, everybody. Awesome. Hey, I'm currently live streaming the event right now. Hey, how you doing? I'm currently live streaming the event right now. You mind if I show your guys' signs to the stream?
That's fine.
Awesome.
Hold on a minute. Keep your nothing like that. Just people that come up.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, this one?
Hey, mind if I show your sign to the stream?
No, go right ahead.
Awesome.
It's not the best sign in the world.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, it's oh yeah, I got this sign. It's awesome.
Has these
Yeah.
boards and buffer. I was thinking my next one I might do like a black sign.
Oh yeah, yeah. Heather actually gave me one of the spares, and I wrote "Seawall in El Salvador" on it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's deliberate.
Twitch right now. Yep.
I'm in a group, and all of a sudden we got this thing.
All right.
Have we done a head count?
I haven't, but Heather has. She'd be best to talk to about that. Although that was before y'all showed up, so.
We don't want AI listening
Oh, I didn't even get that
I
one.
noticed that you're
Love the double side. Yeah, I love all them double sides and shit. Alright, chat. Well, I noticed I got thirsty, so my conversational ability went down the toilet again, so let me... Prop this fucker up somehow.
looking at the truck.
Anyway, poor Joyce. Yeah, I guess that's
Fuck, Chad, I just realized I'm supposed to be thinking of interview questions for later. Ah, shit. Alright.
makes a little progress. Bobby, how are you?
Just fine.
Anyways, I did it up the money. The only one that I didn't do correctly was the third place one after Sue and George and me. And was it you? Rolled off.
All right.
It was like the.
All right, I locked in. I thought of a few.
I was like, okay, well.
Hope I remember them.
No, I just automatically. Yeah, I was like, oh, I forgot. I have done a bunch of
Hey, awesome. We got more organizers across the street now.
I was. Yeah, that was.
Alright, so, yeah, essentially, who are you? What's your background?
Although we have a wonderful spot. Right now.
Yeah, look at this. yeah, we're best when we're sitting, but we are gonna lock in.
So much. They just put out $10,000. You know, we were okay. That was hard for us to do.
Oh, cool. We got someone popped up on the other corner. Well, one of our people decided to go make this a 3-corner protest, which I think is cool.
And was the market pretty good when you sold?
Yeah, there's a buddy talking to his buddy. And, I would go over there, but that would, you know, to give numbers to the 3rd corner, but that would mean I would have, well, nobody to talk to. I could sit down, prop up a chair, plop my ass down. That would be kind of nice. I mean, you know what? Hold on. I'm really not doing much for the, like this is a little bit less active and like set up with chairs and the like than I thought it would be. I thought it would be able to do like some more interviews in the middle of this. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna go set up somewhere and just try to film. Yeah. There's not really much content here, so you know what? I'll get the content that I can. Alright, yeah, and then I'll set up on the other side. Awesome. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go give numbers to the 3rd side and film the other 2 sides. I think that'll help. Alrighty, champ. Yeah. Oh, cool, a trash can. I stab it, Steve. Alright. Much better view of everything. Hold on. Yeah, even if I just lean up over here, much better view. In the shade. Sun's not corrupting everything. Gotta love it, chat. There we go. Beautiful. Wide panning shot. Cool. Awesome. Oh no, you're not in the way, don't worry.
In the orange dress, and her husband Justin went to the Marine rally. We just smoke something all away. Yeah, I've known them for years. We're running delegates together.
Alright, chat, we're grounded now. Look, you can expect to be a lot of this, chat. We don't have too many interviews set up or anything, so let's just enjoy the view of this awesome protest. And enjoy the fact that I've been able to hold my arm up this long. Difficult task with the estrogen.
Okay, so you know, they're adjusted. A bunch of people up, and then it's Lisa changing the plates and
Let's go. It's crazy how much that sun affects things, guys. I was hot as a motherfucker until I got in the shade. Now I'm frozen. Hey.
What did you say? Fuck Trump?
We got a new protester joining the fray.
Anyway, so she said there's a lot more progressive movement.
Might give me a recording opportunity. Just a wee bit of one.
They're more hippies and peace-loving gardeners than redneck
Yeah, just gotta make sure the camera angle's still perfect.
Yeah.
Oh shit, the wind blew my sign over. Oh, I'm gonna have to go repair that one, chat. No! When did that even fucking happen? I wasn't even looking. I was looking at my stream, not at the world. Hey, mind if I show your sign to the stream? I'm currently live streaming right now. You mind if I show your sign off? Awesome. Oh, epic, epic. Awesome, awesome. All right. Okay, we got my sign fell over. Shit. You know what, chat? This wind's picking up like crazy, so I'm actually gonna bring my sign with me. Oh shit.
Scary, but great sign you made.
Oh yeah. It's at the point. Oh yeah. It hits at the point though. Okay, come on. Come on. Yeah. No, it's not facing the corner. Fuck, how am I gonna get this set up?
We've always had fascism, but it's been covert.
Oh yeah, it's much more blatant than it has been. Notice a lot of the build up to the Germany situation, and it's really reflected nowadays. It's getting scary. You can kind of pinpoint the year that we match up to in Nazi Germany. You know, I think we're probably what 1932, 33, right after the first election where he didn't have the majority. You know, we're kind of right there.
Hitler took the Ku Klux Klan writings, and modeled a lot of what he did after what we started here in the Klan.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's the scary.
It keeps looping around.
That's the scariest part to think about as an American. You know.
It originated here.
Yeah, so much of our national mythos, our national story is built up off of beating the Nazis, and turns out we were the ones that inspired them. I don't want to have to hold this the whole fucking time, but I want to... Did Sarah bring that chair? I'm going to ask her if she can help me out. Yeah, where'd Sarah go? I'm trying to spot an umbrella. Where's the umbrella? I don't know if I bring it up. I don't want to have to hold the sign the whole fucking time.
What's your name?
My name's Oakley. Oakley Robbins. Oh, nice to meet you. I think
I sat next to you in City Council one evening.
Yeah, I mean, weren't you at a Pride of Ferry County meeting once?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember you from that. Yeah.
I don't know that we were at the same. I only went to the first two.
Yeah, I was at the second one. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't remember you from there, but I do remember you. From
Oh yeah,
City
we actually had a
Council
lot.
later.
We had a huge amount of people at the first couple meetings, but I really like the good working management group we have now. You know.
I'm a big stoner too, so I always go to a meeting stoned.
Oh yeah, same. I'm here stoned, so.
I have to take notes if I need to remember anything.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, man. I'm just gonna blow that one right over. I'm just gonna blow it right over. So, where the fuck? I need. Let me think. I could put the backpack there. Try to. I don't feel like it would do ignite. Here's what we're gonna do. Until we get Sarah back, we're gonna... Yeah, alright, chat. We gotta do a gamer move. We're gonna... Hold on, we're gonna do a gamer move. Hold on. I haven't actually gotten a head count around here, no.
I got about 32, but I'm not sure.
Nice, definitely more than we had the last time. Just count me as a few minutes. Okay, now we're gonna try. We're gonna try. things up. Cut out again, but I finally got my shit set up in a location. Now, I will warn you, chat. I just realized my phone is on 10%. I fully charged the bastard before I left the house, but apparently streaming is quite intensive. So, yeah, this stream is going to cut out in the middle of it. I unfortunately am not going to be able to get the full 3 hours of the protest like I hoped for. But as soon as I'm back in the restaurant, you know, I still have my iPad that's still connected to internet. Still want to get that aforementioned interview. But yeah, just letting y'all know.
So I'm just waiting. Well, this year I'm good, and it's only April. Yeah.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah. Thanks for coming today. Angel was like, I was like, yeah, and she was excited.
Well, I have some great news. I got 2 3 from Lazy Bee.
In California, we discovered my
Let's go.
Thank you. Yeah. So sorry, California.
They have.
Oh yeah, like they have them here.
Like raw.
It's great.
Different, you know. So it's not my favorite, but
It's America.
I've paired them for fun. So like,
The heart of America.
yeah, gum or something like that.
I was in a lot of pain or
as much as it smells.
Yeah, it's just
That guy right there is Rod Hubbard. He organized the first one. He's awesome. He's a legend.
Yes. Anyway, so I like tried to. Ooh. Walking called Scooby Snacks. Like Scooby Snacks? Yeah. I have Scooby Snacks. Yeah, I think I have like 4 different.
Fuck, it's already down to 6, chat. Gotten an hour 20 of this shebang so far, but it's... Fuck. Got my iPad with me. I'm gonna start searching for Wi-Fi networks.
Because I wouldn't think they're surprised. Oakley is. Oakley is. Oh, he is? Yeah, he's actually a precinct committee officer. And the SEC delegate for the county. As am I.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
They're just piling it right up.
Yeah.
The red side of the sign.
Yeah. It's like the tactic he's using.
Okay,
blue,
you know
like
what?
Blue Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Okay, chat. Yeah, we're on 5%. The reason it just cut out was because I was actually running. My phone went to dark mode, so I'm gonna have to switch places. See, I think I got a solution that'll allow me to keep streaming this thing. But I'm gonna have to switch locations.
Yeah, three-corner protest, and it really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, they were able to fill it in so much in the second corner that we made a three-corner protest. We were only able to get, I'd say, like, okay, so you see the crowd that's there at that corner. We probably had, I'd say, like 3/4 of that, 4/5 of that over there, and then that crowd over there was only like half as big. And we had nobody over here. I mean, part of me wants to just go start sitting over there and making a four-corner protest, but we don't know where to set up shop, unfortunately. So I'll vibe out over here. Man, I love these fucking views sometimes. You gotta love this shit. It's a beautiful town we live in. Hey, buddy. How you doing, friend? Running through with his tail between his legs, it seemed.
It's such an incel move.
I was talking to the teenage girls last night.
Oh no!
Then you have to like, right? So, I explained to them.
Okay, chat, we are on 1%.
Are you live streaming the guy going by and all that?
Yeah.
Did you miss that?
Oh, I got it, yeah. Didn't get him the first time because I was front facing, but I'm glad he came through again.
Dude, literally, Zinnia just needs to wait like.
I was zoomed in on the driver, so I'm not sure if I got all of his license.
Yeah. Tried to track him pretty well. Ah, shit. Alright. We are back. I hope. This connection may be spotty, but it's something at least. And yeah, I'm on an iPad camera, and it's actually a pretty decent camera. It's just that it sucks for its FPS. It's got a terrible FPS, you can tell. But oh well. Reviving. It's got a good camera for like big shots like this. Don't really have as great of a view of like multiple sides of the protest, but we got the main corner that everybody's propped up at. Now I have to hold a device up again for another hour and a half. It is what it is, chat. Oh, it's fine, it's fine.
How you doing?
Okay, hold on, Chad. I gotta try to get in this shot. Again, like I said, I promise this would be a pretty spotty connection over here, but it's fine, chap. We back. We gaming.
Live streaming?
Yeah.
Getting the whole thing?
Oh yeah.
Where does it go? You just put it out there in the cyberspace?
Yeah, there's this website called Twitch that I'm live streaming on. It's pretty popular for, I think it's the most popular like online live streaming website for like individuals, live streaming stuff. And it works pretty well for being somebody on the left side of the spectrum too, because like YouTube is generally better if you're a right-winger, but they ban you for saying certain words that shouldn't be banned, like cisgender and stuff,
There's a lot of gender hostility right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, apparently they.
Oh God, look at that little cutie. Now that needs a paint job. I put that in rainbow colors.
Yeah. That guy just passed by. Hope he's got peaceful intentions.
Did you get the Trumpers going back and forth? Yeah. Like they have nothing else better.
Oh yeah, running with his tail between his legs.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're our ambassador of communication worldwide.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah. Streaming with one viewer, and I'm an ambassador of communication for the world, chat. Okay. Sorry, chat, we had some passerbys. We ain't trying to catch no cases. Trying to expose some cases.
Next week we'll do
We're getting a lot of support here, chat. I mean, yeah, there was that one guy with the Trump flag and a few other rabble-rousers, but for the most part, it's been positive honking. I didn't know you could honk with a horn in a positive manner, but yeah. You can tell. It's like a little, but it's a, you know. Man, I love looking at the fucking sky here. I mean, there would be so many days in Florida, like in the summer mainly, where, oh shit, we got news reporters here, but so many days in the summer where it would just be a clear sky, like totally clear, no clouds or anything. It would look like fucking Raising Arizona. But this is gorgeous, chat. Okay, we got strong wind gusts. Come on. Get back up there. Stand up for yourself, sign. Stand up for yourself.
We're at 39.
Yeah.
shit, chat. My sign is blowing around like a tin can.
Okay, I've got 18 and 16.
So, heard a head count of, I'm hearing head counts of anywhere from 34 to 39. I'm gonna go with like 34, 35, 36 is something more accurate, maybe 37. Alright, Chad, I'm running into some biological difficulties. I need to piss. I mean, this is all part of it, but still. Whatever, we got an hour 20 to sit out here. We didn't even go the whole length the last time, actually. So, like we don't need to, you know, like the protest doesn't need to be for like 3 hours, you know, we, if we go long enough to where, you know, like it's noticeable and it gets picked up by the news, but then, you know, just short enough to where we avoid the major backlash, that's really the ideal window we're working in. But who knows, we got a few more people out of this one. It might last a little longer than the last time. I remember we all started packing up with like, I'd say like 45 minutes to an hour to spare the last time, and then the last people were funneling out by like a half hour to go. I stayed there doing a one-man for like 10, 20 minutes or so. So, yeah. Dude, my right pinky is doing so much work. You chatters really need to appreciate. Let's go! Starting to get people buzzing. This is where it's starting to get a little, not even contentious, but there's a few more people running by. Sorry, chat, we got another passerby. Yeah, I ain't trying to invade motherfuckers' privacy. Oh, I got a false alarm sneeze right there. That was just great. Trying to be stuffed up for a bit. Yeah, that's mine. Sorry, the news reporter was hanging around a bunch in front. I didn't get her permission to record, so I wasn't gonna risk it too much. She seemed to appreciate that, so. Alright, chat, we're through another outage. And yeah, like I said, I think the news reporters appreciate being kept out of it because, you know, the local newspaper is trying their absolute hardest to remain impartial, to have their image remain impartial, nonpartisan. And it's very difficult because, you know, whenever they write about literally anything, you know, people on one side are like, oh, that's libtard shit. And then people on the other side are like, oh, how are you platforming these right-wing opinions? You know, it's like, you know, what do you do? Like, actual, genuine, you know, impartial news reporting is one of the most difficult things right now. And to be fair, the notion of completely impartial reporting is and has always been just that, a notion. Fun. Well, somebody's obviously going to pop out of that car, and I don't want to film them, so. Sucks, man. Now I can't even go around and check out the new signs because, like, if I'm literally working off of Wi-Fi right now, so I'm tethered. Like, I'm pretty much, like, I think if I walk a step to the left, I'm losing connection. So. Oh, my fucking hands.
No, it's okay. I'm just rattling off names so we get it right. We're both going to go. Justin and I have either Sunday or we would be right, yeah. I wanted to learn
Big gust. Outages galore, but also one of them was because my fucking sign fell over. I had to, like I said, I took one step to the left and the stream instantly disconnected. Got eviscerated. So, but we're back. We're back. I didn't even notice that flag was upside down. Neat touch. Yeah, that shows how attached I am to the Stars and Stripes. It is weird. We're not really. Well, I don't know. It's weird. We in America have a lot of like what I call vague patriotism, where, you know, where we have flags. And we got a buddy over here. Yeah, we have a lot of emphasis on flags and the military. But yeah, we got a lot of false like this very vague patriotism where we show off the flag, we talk about our military, but people don't really like spend their time thinking about like, how can I enrich this country and shit like that, because it's like, come on, what has this country done for you? We are literally the land of this country doing nothing for you, so why are you doing anything for it, you know? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy boy. We got a friend joining us. Laughing at some of our friends. Friends don't do that to friends, buddy. Yeah, we had someone talking back. That's fun. Can't have too much of it, but a little bit, that's fine. So somebody driving by and all, that's probably not that bad. That was funny. Somebody needed to say that. No, I'm glad it was the big bearded dude. It's always nice when those kinds of guys go, yo! Oh, it's fine. I have the camera covered. Love you, buddy.
I thought that was supposed to calm him down. Yeah.
Got some good cloud cover coming, but I hope it shouldn't be raining or anything soon. I would literally put a damper on things. Yeah, I know. Look, chat, I'm 2 hours into a protest stream. Of course, I'm pulling out the corny 1947 jokes, like the jokes your great-great-grandpappy got told when he was a kid. Mind if I tell you a clean joke? Or no, mind if I told you a dirty joke? Boy fell in a mud puddle. Mind if I tell you a clean joke? Boy took a bath type shit, you know? Fucking lovely day out here, man. Hey, folks.
Yeah. So now we're not the reliable.
I love henchmen. We're not the reliable funded. Woohoo!
Here's some things you need to read. Well, no, and I started and you just I think that you just gotta be you know, just what they and they look at me and they're like, you know, well, you're the one that is allowing somebody to implant everything in your brain.
Sorry, chat. I've gone a little bit nonverbal because the task of standing in a place for 2 hours without weed is pretty crazy, man. It's chat. No. You know, I'm loving the support. We had just another come by right there. You know, just a walker. Yeah, just a guy walking down the street who gave us kudos. It was great. I feel like a quarterback right now watching receivers raise their hand. Alright, that's weird. Is that a weird feeling, chat? Probably is. Oh yeah, have fun, man. Yeah, just in case his intention. Sorry for another outage, chat. Like I said, right on the borderline, but you know, on the Wi-Fi network, and I can't really get close. I'm not trying to bring bad business anywhere. Well, at least not to the places that I like. Ah, hey. So it's currently 12:12 right now. Gotta love it. And I'd reckon if it goes at about the same pace as last time, we might see people start to be packing up soon. But I really hope not. I hope we go the whole last hour. I'm willing to wait. Passerbys out of the way.
Do you live here? Oh, fun. Awesome. Yes. There is one right there. I'm loud, so just let you know.
I've had like 1 or 2 people leave, but not that many. Yeah. I can't lie. Fuck.
That's what I say. You're not even a dead fish. Woo! You're the one that just jumped in the
It's far
fish
enough
now.
away to be okay. Car won't be.
Your dinner.
The chorus of the whoops. Shoop-diddy whoop.
I'm old enough to be worried about Medicare. Yeah, right. My motto when I was 30, you know. But you know what? That's not true. The trust fund, the trust.
Hey, welcome to the new viewer. Oh, hey, Dog Dad. Yeah, everything's going pretty well so far. We've had a lot of support. We've had a few people honking, negatively, a few people laughing at us, but for the most part, it's been positive honks. It's been people walking by, giving us kudos. I had a couple people join the protest. It was funny. So, yeah, like spontaneously, Let's go. It's been really fun getting, meet a lot of people that I didn't get to meet the last time. Get to talk to some friends, shit like that. We're all pretty close here. Yeah! See, that's a positive honk. It's hard to tell the difference between the good ones and the bad ones. Yeah, hold on, I got passerbys coming by. Yeah, we ain't trying to invade nobody's privacy, at least without their consent. But yeah, it's been really fun. We should be going for, I'd say, about like 44 minutes. You know, it's supposed to be from 10 to 1. Although, last time people did start funneling out pretty early, and we wrapped up like a half hour before we were supposed to. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, cool and respect to privacy. It helps with, obviously, you know, anything legal, but also, yeah, I definitely, it's a moral thing. I don't, like, if somebody didn't consent to get on camera, you know, that's their right, especially in a small town like this where word gets around. You know, if you're seen at a thing like this and then people start getting to talking about it, that could be bad, you know, depending on which way of the political aisle you swing, you know, but
Biden did.
but yeah.
So somebody said, oh, the egg prices came down. I said, under Biden. My God, you think a chicken is born and lays an egg? I mean, my God, they spread out little chickies. It takes 5 months.
And after the protest itself is done, I have an interview set up with Heather Bryce, the vice chair of the Ferry County Democrats. So that should be a nice interview. Just want to really just ask her some local shit, and then maybe a question about the SAVE Act.
And I was the only one that clicked like, but it's true.
So yeah, it's really buzzing out here. You know, we had like up to almost 40 people at this protest. You know, which in a town of 1,000 people, that's crazy. That's crazy numbers. That's a lot of motion.
Oh yeah, but no pneumonia. I think pneumonia. Trump's my favorite president.
I wish I could like walk around and get interviews now, but I can't anymore because my phone ran out of juice. Oh yeah. Hey, you have a good one, Dog Dad. Yeah. Hey, we'll keep fighting the good fight for you, man. Hey, see you in the Discord, brother.
They must be selling those trailers with those things. Somebody passed me today with my hay. And that's moving up to 60. You know, like, I'm standing still. And we end up at the same gas station.
I always love that when they're zooming by on the highway and you're
Red light.
Oh,
Yeah, right. Sign it.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, what do I get?
Man, I think your body can't do it, Dog Dad. I gotta piss and I got too much back pain for a 22-year-old to have right now.
That's even better. That never seems to happen.
Dude, I'm surprised I could go holding this fucking iPad up. Alright. Shit, dog. Fuck.
Okay. Well, thank you for stopping by. I know. Well, I'll start emailing. I'm going to try to do an email list because not everybody's on Facebook.
about 1 or 2 people leaving. But we're still holding out on 3 corners. We're still.
Like beer has good. This has an excellent food. I'm not. That's the next one. The 18th North has excellent food, and you can eat the food in the brewery if you want.
Well, I'm still driving, so I
Right.
Otherwise,
They have, but they do have excellent homemade sodas too.
Oh, maybe that'll be the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But for the most part, it seems like the rest of the flank is still holding strong.
Yeah, they have some vegan stuff too. Yeah.
This is important.
Right?
Hey, every minute that goes by, we get closer to completing that hour.
If anybody needs to use the restroom, while we're talking, and then even in Stevens County.
Awesome. Thank you.
Something that's once a month. And I know that they're on Federal Fridays, they're talking about thanking all the federal workers. And so, I think that's a good one. We'll see. And so, they say go out to the post office, or force or money sources. That's what I'm talking about. And it's their I guess businesses. But I thought both parties got it. And scan it on both sides. So I don't have a problem. You know?
Fuck. Yeah, as you can see, still 3 corners. Already better than last time.
Well, I'm conservative in some things. I mean, that's what some people are.
We had another buddy. Gave him a motherfucker telling his dog, get away from these nutbags. Shut up, bro. You voted for Trump, man. And you're calling us nutbags? Come on. This is more parking space, so that car's not getting in front of the cam now. Although if one more person parks. Okay, we got another guy that just left. Actually, another couple that, yeah, so there's 3 people that just left, but we're still holding pretty strong. Oh shit. Have a good one. NPC dialogue. Nah, it's just when you hear somebody and you respond anyway. I'm always that guy that's like, I'm that nerd that's like, oh, what did you say? I need to hear you again. Like honestly, I applaud the confidence of people that just like respond to whatever they think they heard. Hey, what'd you think about the Bucks game? Oh, the weather's great. Thank you. You know. Like.
And once I fed them, they're suckling her, and the milk comes out of her, but must not be alive. And they're constantly. So she gets where she just lays down because they won't leave her alone. She's not getting enough, right? And so I finally, when she laid down, I threw food at her, and she started eating it. And then when I finally got them to eat, they finally went to lay down, and then they let her stand up. So I think once I gave them a bunch of stuff,
Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry for that. Sorry for another outage. My sign blew over again. I think I need some more of my drink. I might try to wait till after we're done though. Yep, have a go on, Penny. Alright, so this has become a 2-corner protest again. So and somebody else just left, but doing pretty good so far.
So I was sitting in the hay. Woo-hoo! How you doing?
That guy didn't look too happy being held up. We were talking to one of our friends in traffic, and another guy had to wait. And those are public traffic rules. If somebody's talking to somebody in the road in front of you, you either go around or you just fucking wait, man. They'll be done talking soon. Yeah. I think those are positive honks. You have a go on, Angel. All right, so we got another one that left. So I'm gonna be chilling like an absolute motherfucking villain over here with myself. Yep, how's it going, Marcella? Yeah, Marcella Lewis is awesome around here. She's the main voice writing for the Progressive Voices column. She's really our like liaison with the paper's editor and shit. You leaving? You heading out, sir? You leaving the protest?
I can't hear you.
Oh, you leaving, sir? Just wanted to say have a good one if you're leaving.
Still couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say have a good one if you're leaving, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for your service. Yeah. I don't know if I'm supposed to. It's always the polite thing to say. Even if you don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so we got a few people, like I said, we got a few people funneling out of this side, and in fact, well, it's a one corner protest once again. Which is good, still got a lot of people out on that corner. Alright, that guy taking pictures was friendly, that's good. Oh, shit. Okay.
You have a wonderful day.
You as well, sir.
Hey, sir.
Sir.
Sir, I couldn't hear what you said about the sign.
She wanted to know what you said about the sign.
What I said about the sign?
Yeah, is it your sign and you're living it or you're enjoying it? Oh, okay. Those other two signs. Yeah, those other two signs are fine. And I will be leave it laying around here for
Oh, wait, it's fine.
I just wanted to know something that you were trying to.
Oh, no. I'm just, I'm just filming everything in front of me.
Yeah. How's the website going?
Well, I actually, I asked Steven if we could bring it up. He hasn't really gotten, well, he said he's got to convert some things on his end, and it'll take a little bit, but it will happen.
Okay.
But I got everything made on the back end.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would love to see it go up. And so.
Oh yeah, me too.
So what is the finances on that?
It's $25 a month. Although the thing is, I think because we haven't actually connected the domain, we haven't been charged. So.
Sure. Okay. I mean, he was just telling me we have $250 in our account.
Oh yeah.
So that's 10 months.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we have to figure out
How to fundraise
get more,
in general.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got a lot of things because I mean even like the
I think that's really important.
and like even the Little League sponsorship or whatever that that being like $100
Right.
Yeah, we definitely need ways to fundraise.
Right. And I know wasn't however that came about when we got money from the state and or national party. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
That should probably be pursued. Good thing to find out about maybe.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot of the people in the county party are still kind of trying to learn. I get it. I'm definitely learning myself.
Well, I just just wasn't. Hey, good to see you.
Yep. Have a great one, sir. Yeah, I see some
late
people.
as usual.
I saw you earlier.
Well, I honked as I went by.
I know you did.
But I had to go up to Patty and Rob and do something up there, and then working around the corner around a window.
Excuse me, sir. I'm live streaming the event. Do you mind if I show your sign off?
Huh?
I'm live streaming the event right now. Do you mind if I show your sign?
Sure.
Wonderful. Awesome. I totally agree. Oh, yeah, no. Not over. we got another friend. Yeah.
Hi dear, how are you? I'm good. Tried to get Patty to come. I didn't push.
Yeah, that one boo's really rocking a chorus, man.
Yeah, I had to go up and do something for Rob and Patty, and then I'm working on it.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's just about
I
quitting
put in
time.
a show for a little bit anyway.
Yeah, no, that's really awesome. Maybe next time.
Wow, he's low. Yeah, he's low. Trump, go! Yeah, that guy was real loud. Yeah, yeah, his voice really made an impact, sure.
Well, I guess I put my necklace worth in.
Yeah.
More like a penny, but it's all right, man.
Look like a negative penny.
It's ugly shit, man. Starting to cost us money like Elon Musk. Starting to cost us money like Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. All right, awesome.
Thanks, Oakley.
Yeah, you have a great one, Oakley.
You too.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks for doing all the videos.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming out. You guys made a great audience for it.
If I had
Well, it's dissipated a little bit, but we still got a few people out, and one of those is my interviewee, so kind of tethered to her. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get that fucking sign home. Maybe they can give me a drive home. That would really be appreciated, honestly.
Yeah. So do you have tile?
No, I don't have the tile.
Maybe.
But I just wanted to make sure I had you.
Oh gosh.
Well, I'll be around.
I
You know where my office is.
Come on, close.
It's at the brewery.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll find you that. But I didn't know if you'd do anymore, so.
Yeah.
Good, you're still in the game then.
Yeah, not as much as I used to be, but
Well, this is
more
just
grudgingly these days.
one last thing that I need to have done inside the house.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll do that. Good to see you
Okay.
again.
I think we might have a few more determined people.
Office.
Yeah, I grabbed the first thing I could find. It's kind of heavy.
Oh wow, dang. Is that a piece of wood?
No, it's a tile back.
Oh,
Like
oh
cement
dang.
board.
Wow, even heavier, crazy.
Cement board, tile.
So even heavier than wood, huh?
Hey, Oakley?
Yeah.
You were gonna go to the brewery, and then you said you wanted to do the interview. Do you want to go to the brewery, or do you want me to meet you in here after?
I don't know if they. I mean, if they're letting you bring the sign into the brewery, then
We're gonna
no.
put them in the truck.
Okay. You mind if I actually? Thank you. Yeah, here you go. Thank you for letting me make this.
So, ooh, I got it. Just put it on top of it. Are you sure? I can just follow you if you want. Are you going that way? Yeah. All right. I'll meet you at the brewery.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Actually, it'll have to be at 18 North. Whew. Alright, I was like sitting here. Alright, chat, well, because we're in public, I am going to be bringing you to the bathroom. Let me put this somewhere where you're not watching me piss, at least. Alright, chat. Hold on, Chad. I'm trying to find a good resting object for the pad. It's a lot easier with the phone. I could just rest it up against any old fucking salt shaker. Hold on. Might have a candidate.
Are a bunch of people coming here?
Well, Heather's gonna be coming.
Yeah, you can't sit there.
Okay.
It's just two of you. Yeah. You
I'd
can
love
sit
to
right
be.
here if you like.
I mean, I would love to be able to do it in the bathroom, but I know that takes a bit to like close up, right? No, not that I saw.
Oh, we were gonna meet here for a drink.
Oh.
And they were like, where?
Oh, dang. I didn't even see him when I got in here.
Maybe I misunderstood. I should change it.
I mean, I'd love to go back there. I'd love to go back there. Yeah, I don't even want to be looking at you. Exactly. And still can't find a resting object, chat. At least not once, not also going to film a bunch of people inadvertently. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, chat. So that's why I really would have preferred like something in the there's less people over here, so maybe if over there, maybe higher skips up their seat. Trying to do the calculus in my head. Let me not sound like a nerd. I'm trying to do the math in my head. She does. She has abandoned that spot. Okay. I'm rushing that spot as soon as I rush the ice. As soon as they clean it up.
You said you were okay. Oh, okay.
Just goes. Come on. Sorry, Chad. I'm just trying to turn the wheels in my head of how I'm gonna get the right frame for the interview. But yeah, that was a pretty fun event. I was really sorry, let me get my beautiful hair. But yeah, it was pretty fun to be out there. We kind of dispatched with like what 10 or like 10, 15, 20 minutes to go, but that's really not that bad. No, not at all. Considering last time everybody left with like 40 minutes to go, 40, 45 even. Yeah, I think it's pretty good that we all stayed till like 12:40.
To their benefit. Yeah. Well, we traveled. We were married in 71 and Wichita, Kansas. And then we moved to Wyoming in 78. Went there till 96. And in 96, my husband's mother and my father were both having health issues, and so we went back to Kansas to do some to help them. I was driving.
I'm waiting for my interviewee to get here. I don't really have anything else to talk about. I wish I chat. Am I able to like scroll on my iPad and like do shit while I'm streaming? Because I mean, I could like try to get like a content idea from maybe looking it up on Google, but I don't even have my phone charged anymore. I could just try to pirate like Vosh's stream if I could do that. Oh, I'm kidding. I know any mention of the Vosh man gets you booted. I hope I survive this one.
Well, I understood and even then, I was being told to be adjusted to 2040 is the best they can get it, but that's drivable. And so, and I'm not really nearsighted too. Maybe better bifocal, because the glasses are for distance. I tried bifocals and they never were quite right, but I still do better with just looking at things without my glasses. Okay. They said that this
Eliminate. Okay.
Vegetarian. No, I just there's a person here.
Chicken strips and so
So it's harder to find
in restaurants.
I can go get the drinks, and then I'll be right there.
Are you ready? Or you want a second? You want a second? You need a second?
I need a second.
Okay, there you go. Yep, the drinks is a great idea.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Come on. I know they take their sweet diddly at the brewery next door. That's where Heather was stopping beforehand, so that kind of explains some things. Sorry I haven't looked at my notes. I'm having to go stealth mode sometimes. Because like as much as I'm on it with the privacy and the ethics and shit, there's also like certain stretches where I just want to film like real life, and I don't want to have to ask literally every single person that comes by, you know. So you can't even see them. So, yeah. It's not quieter in here like that. Oh. Angel going, what? It's kind of drumming everything up. In a good way. I don't know if I'm projecting enough, though. I'll project enough once I get back home, but for right now.
I know, because I love all that stuff. Melons and...
Hold on, let me mog real quick.
And I thought maybe it was what I was buying a commercial. I thought maybe it had something to do with they would use a fish emulsion or fertilizer or something. But I have my own garden and I don't use anything like that on my garden. And my cucumbers didn't taste good to me either. Yeah, I was very disappointed. There was a vegetable. There was a time that I can't think of a vegetable that I didn't like. A plant that I didn't like. And even things like...
Sorry, I'm waiting, you know, tick, 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 for my interviewee.
So if anytime my taste buds cooperate.
I really hope this music isn't coming through loudly enough. I really hope. There's no streamer mode for real life, unfortunately. It'd be really cool if I could just be like, hey, yo, mute this fucking shit while I stream, please. Or just turn it down to an acceptable level. I'm not gonna get copy striked or whatever they were calling it in 2019 YouTube days.
Irritation to have to feed myself anymore. Now he passed away about 4 years ago. I know, yeah, exactly. And we were together just passed away like 6 weeks after our 50th anniversary. 10 days after his birthday.
I'll be right over.
He always told me, you're gonna die yet. No, you're healthy. And he was the healthiest, busy. For as long as I knew him, he was in weights. He was taking really good care of himself. And I made sure he ate pretty good. But I think he had esophageal cancer, and I think it was from acid reflux because he had a job that was really high stress at one time, and he just was constantly eating Tums to settle that down. And then what he had, they said that I don't want to believe
factors or one of the contributors to that kind of cancer. And where he had it. So, me, I'd always say, oh no, we gotta grow old together. We just made it to middle age. He's gone. Being old doesn't sound like any fun anymore. And all the things that I used to like to do, we skied all the time. I don't want none of the people that I hang out with. Yeah, most of the people that I hang out with are 80s and 90s, and none of them are connected with anything. And so they don't ski. They don't even walk. And plus, I'm out a long ways from anybody. And so the things that we used to like to do together, he's not there to do them, and I'm not confident enough in my own to go by myself, to go off and even walk a trail in the mountains. I always felt like when we backpacked a lot, and in Wyoming especially, and everybody was always faster than I was. And I always was way at the back. And I always told him, I'm part of the food chain back here. Something could come along and eat me, and you guys will never know it because you're so far ahead on the trail. And now but I was confident in my own ability to fight off whatever might come around. And now it's like, oh no, I just lay down and let them eat me now because I don't have that fight anymore. I don't have that confidence to fight anymore. And it did. When he my confidence went right very blustered, those kinds of things. I didn't have any idea who BS challenged me as because, well, that's me. I've always been independent, but now I don't get up on the roof and check for leaks and things because my carport has developed a real minor leak, and so I'm concerned that there may be something leaking up in the attic. All I did was climb up. I got up in, and I sat on the edge of the opening to the attic, and then that was as far as I wanted to go in there. And I thought, well, even with a lantern, I don't think I could see well enough to tell if there was anything going on up there. So I guess if there is, I'll just have to wait till it leaks through on the ceiling if there is any kind of a leak. But, everything like that. I get up on the roof of the garage because pine needles collect up there, and every year I get up on that roof, and I'm not good with heights anyway. I need to paint the house. That means going up and down the ladder, and I did have a neighbor that he didn't see my wheelbarrow move in the yard for a couple of days, so he sent his brother over to ask if I was all right, and I said, but I thought, well, if I'd fallen off the ladder, I'd been laying there for a couple of days before anybody ever noticed. I keep contact with my sister-in-law, my sister. They were really close, and she and I text every day. She texts me in the morning, and I text her back, and then she knows I woke up. And we text at the end of the day. And she's 2,000 miles away, but she would call 911 and have if I wasn't responding to texts and things. And then in the evening we do the same. We tell each other good night, and that way she knows I got down off the ladder, got back in where the cell phone's always in the house, because I rarely have any work clothes that is conducive to wearing the cell phone or to having it on me. Oh yeah. I'm just really bad about it. Never have been connected to the phone, and so lays on the kitchen cabinet most of the time, or it might be on the charger. And same with the house phone, because I have a landline too. But I rarely, unless I'm talking to someone or out in the yard, I rarely take the phone, either one of them, out of the house. I'm wearing those slash pockets pants to work around the yard in, and you can't keep a cell phone in those slash pockets. As soon as you bend over or squat down, it pops out. So I lost it one time in the chicken house where we lived in Kansas, and I didn't know it popped out. And my son had been trying to call me, and wouldn't get anybody, and finally he called the house phone, and I answered it. He said, "Oh, I don't know why I didn't get your call." And I realized that it wasn't in my pocket anymore, and I thought, so I went all around.
Are you waiting
on me? My husband, I knew he was still alive, calling the cell phone from the house phone. Okay. She told me it was
we have sausage, potato, or chicken.
Critter stuff. I'm vegan, so.
Oh, vegan. So we have a plant-based burger.
I see that.
We have the anything with the cauliflower is vegan. And so we have bang bang cauliflower. We also have collard greens, which is spicy. The mushrooms are vegan. Champagne mushrooms or sweet chili mushrooms.
Well, since you make your own, it says here you make a house-made, plant-based burger, I'll just give that a try.
Do you want it on sourdough, which is vegan, or are you okay with
that would be great.
And then you like to add avocado or anything?
Just whatever normally comes with normal.
French fries or salad?
Did you? Oh, I know, it sounds disgusting. I better have French fries.
Okay, and then our vegan sauces are tahini, ketchup, or balsamic.
For ketchup or for
Dipping your
I don't
fries.
use anything.
As they are.
And crispy. Well done on your fries. Yeah. They look good, but I've ordered them, so I will be good. Well, and it looks like there's a lot to the survey, which I'm a big fan of leftovers. I always do too, and I love it because that's my favorite food is leftovers. I don't have to do anything to it. If I liked it to start with anyway. Oh, that is good. And that's the thing. We moved out here, and we've moved around a lot over the years. But all our family is back in Kansas. I do have a cousin who's in Delta, Colorado, and I have a brother who's in Hooter Canyon in Colorado. They're the closest. And so I have a son. He's back in Kansas. Yeah, he's the furthest away of all of them. Actually, the furthest south in Kansas, outside of the little town called Wellington. But so none. And I did not raise my son. He was born when I was 17, and I gave him up for adoption because I didn't believe in children, raising children, and my parents didn't need more children to have to raise. So, but we made contact when he was 39, because back in the 60s, adoptions were real closed, and all the files were closed, but he had a sister and a friend who lived across the street who got adopted, and they both went, out on the internet and did searching and stuff, and it was really funny. he found me, but we had friends in common that we didn't know about, and the friend, when they found out that he was my son, they offered to go, you know, to make the contact to see if it was safe, because they didn't know what my husband's whole opinion was, which was not good. But he accepted it okay, but he was never real happy about that. And he didn't like it. He was very poor when he was raised, and my son was raised by wealthy people, and he would give us gifts.
Sorry, Chad, I'm just trying to go with stealth mode for a while. Trying to get feel like my order's about to be taken, you know. Should be soon. Been here like 20 minutes. So yeah. So far my interviewing hasn't showed up. It should be fine.
He's raising his second wife, 2 granddaughters. They are raising them, they're 13 now, 12 or 13 years old now, twins. And so he's really a good guy. You know, he's just, his children, as far as he's concerned, his children, just like his son and daughter when his first one. They don't have any different special, his natural children don't get special treatment over his adopted children. But they did. His second wife adopted her 2 granddaughters. And so and he's a hard worker, talented, and everything. But my husband was good. He just couldn't open his heart.
I mean, they have to go.
That's the thing. I don't have any family close by. Oh, you know, probably. I would just have some water with no ice. Really? I tried, but I couldn't even find him registered in the hospital that I knew he was born in. She was thrilled. Because it was always my, you know, kind of my degree.
Oh, sorry, Oakley, are you still waiting for him?
Yeah, but
Can I get you a drink?
yeah, I would love to order. If I could actually order, I would love it.
Oh, okay, I thought you were waiting for Heather. Okay.
Oh, well, I'm cool eating, but
What would you like?
I would like an order of chicken strips and then with French fries.
Okay, and you like ranch, maple mustard, barbecue, ketchup?
Ketchup would be great.
Okay, sounds good. And any beverage?
Just a water.
We knew he was born in 69. So was it the summer of love?
Ketchup and water.
For us? I said, no, it was the winter of love for me. Well, actually, I guess it would be spring, because he was born in December. Yeah, the 15th. Oh, of course, that was the year we were married. But, of course, he complains. My granddaughter was born in, his daughter was born in December. They both complain because Christmas kind of birthdays kind of run together for December people, but that's why I always try and make an absolute, you know, here's your birthday and here's your Christmas. And Christmas. Yeah. Neglected over the whole thing. Yeah. Birthday. For her. When she was little. Yeah.
She remembers thinking that.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, I forgot. I should ask Scott when he was little if he would have had any. Because the woman that raised him, she just went all out at Christmas time. And, I was over at her house late after he and I met, but later that year, I met her and at her house, and it was at Christmas time. She had everything decked out. I have to remember to ask him if he thought that was for him when he was a little guy, and it was just part of his birthday celebration. Yeah, it was kind of. One of my would be my step-grandson.
Oh, here you guys go.
Youngest son is the 16th.
You can go ahead and sit here if you like.
Her oldest son died, and that's the one that they had the daughter. The doctor and the children. Drugs. And he had already, he and the woman, that was their mother, had already switched. They really didn't want to raise them. They were born, but they didn't raise them. So, and they were going back and forth between grandparents and two parents. They run together. And they
Working, smirking.
What time do you guys work? It was just turned upside down.
Right? And I feel like we have the exact same hours.
Consistent. And yeah.
And then we have sausage potato chowder and also chicken
every other day.
Alright, can I get you a beverage? Sorry, water?
Extra.
Ice water as well.
Right.
Alright, chat. There's a developing chance we may have to bail on the interview. First of all, my interview subject hasn't shown up. Secondly, I'm ordering to eat. Third, there's people pulling up to a table right next to mine, and I can no longer access the back room to this restaurant. So, yeah, it's still, it was pretty fun to get some footage of that protest. I feel like an interview is almost kind of what I came for, though. You know what I mean? I want to be able to get some one-on-ones with people. I want to actually like do with it and shit.
Sorry, I thought I brought you water.
He was in his 20s, lived alone. They go stay with his grandparents. He lives, and he started them out. There was the teenagers. And there was the youngest one still. I have more than others. then she was married. Next guy divorced him, and the next man that she married, he was an alcoholic too, but he was like a teddy bear loving. It's just the opposite from her first one. But both of her sons are two men that were alcoholics. Both had drug and alcohol. And I'm sure they had also rejection problems from their father. The second husband, eventually, they got divorced, and I don't know quite what it was, but he remarried, and they didn't even hardly want to be around his son, so he was wife at all. And so, I think he's doing the rejections that kind of down his father signing in. But he's not even 30 yet. He also has a daughter, but they are kind of participating. He's not married, they're not together, they get along well enough. They're invincible. She had a daughter already, and they have a daughter together. And they don't have as bad a situation as far as their own parents well taken care of.
You know what, Chad, I just realized this will turn into a mukbang if we go too much longer without another. Like, seriously. So, yeah.
I'll be back with more water too. Alright, that was a minute and a half, sorry.
Alright, so we're gonna do 2 18-year-old burgers. No veggies, like 24, like the big
And so all that.
And then we look at fries.
Arresting brain development. All the addictions.
Okay, one crispy fry and the other?
I just don't know.
And you want the seasoning or no?
No.
He can come live with me. And I'd watch over him. He didn't have any friends up here. He wouldn't have any friends that would be a bad influence on him.
How old is he now?
28, 29.
You happy with the water?
Yeah.
But I think that he can't leave the state. I think for legal reasons he can't leave Kansas because of his law issues with the legal system. Well, it's hard to be that isolated anymore. You have a day on the farm with a whole lot of kids. That can be pretty isolating. Yeah.
I'm just going to take this in now.
Friend that I had, and she was 96, just like a month short of 96, and she was raised in a family where 11 of them survived, but 2 of them beyond the 11 did not in her family, and that was not unusual. And my understanding is my great-grandparents also lost a child. They didn't have a big family, not on that side of the They lost the only son they left, and they had 3 daughters. My grandmother and her 2 sisters. They lost the boy. They were on a farm in Kansas. Still fairly isolated. This man that I met, who lives in the valley, they were 11 children. I don't know if they knew about losing any brothers and sisters until
Right.
they were older. They were adults and had lived a long life. They were dying. He's 70. He might be. I think his birthday was just a couple days ago, so he's 79 now. And he was 72. Glad to meet you. That's the age range that most of my friends are. They're more in their 80s and 90s. Oh, I said I was 72. I turned 73 in March. I can't even keep track of how old I am. Oh, that's right, because that was the Christmas. Well, my mother's kind of strung us out. I was the oldest, and then it was 7 years before my brother, one of my brothers was born, and then it was every 3 years. We moved around a lot when I was a kid, and every time we changed towns, Mom would get pregnant. Well, the last time, she was like, because my youngest brother, she was 39 when he was born, and then they moved again. And she was really nervous for quite a while after that. She did not want any more. She thought that 16 years difference between the oldest and the youngest was enough. She was done.
My mom.
Madsey, M-A-D-Z-E-Y. It is, and my phone number is 509-738-3023. Well, I'm on German Road, but the Echellium Road goes right by me.
Awesome. Okay, sure. Walk in.
Oh, with the for children, yeah.
Hey. Sorry that took me a bit.
Oh, that's fine.
How are you doing?
Well,
that's pretty good. I ordered.
Alright, I can answer questions if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna try to like do it in the back room, but apparently somebody's back there now, and we got no other like visual field. So I guess this will be more of like an audio thing. But
That's fine. I can whisper a little bit. I don't want to like.
it's like if I place it anywhere, I'm gonna be getting people in the shot that don't want to be in the shot. So, but personally, I guess I'd like to introduce everybody to well, you know what, if you want to make the introduction, that's
Sure.
right. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Heather Bryce, and I am a citizen of Republic. I'm currently the vice chair of the Ferry County Democrats and the second vice president of Pride of Ferry County, and also the delegate to the state committee for the Democratic Party for Ferry County, one of two, with Oakley here being the other. And I'm also an activist, and I organized this protest.
All right, awesome. And do you have anything, I suppose, to your background as a person that you feel drives you in, trying to seek better, trying to get involved?
I mean, I've always been political, but I think seeing this administration strip our rights and dial back the clock on progress that we've made over the last 2 centuries really got me fired up again. I kind of took 3 years away from politics, but yeah, my background, I've been doing civil disobedience since I was about 14, starting with Occupy. Let's see, did Standing Rock. I went to Standing Rock. I've been a participant in Black Lives Matter protests around the country and a few other protests as well. But yeah, my involvement goes within party lines, outside of party lines. Right now I'm working on starting a nonprofit, and yeah, that's a little bit about me.
You're referring to Pride of Ferry County?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, as you viewers will know, Pride of Ferry County, we're trying to... let me get myself in the shot for just a second. Yeah, Pride of Ferry County, we're actually trying to become a 501c4, political work. So, we're definitely hugely excited about that. We feel like the future's bright as far as, I think, I don't want to say left-wing organizing, but I guess just common sense organizing for, common good. I feel like that has a bright future here in Ferry County. And speaking of Ferry County, do you feel like there's anything about this place that makes it, an especially good place or an interesting place for Democrats to try to look at? Because I genuinely do,
Well, I mean, it's certainly unique because it's a challenge here. It's predominantly red, but it was more blue in the 90s, and I think a lot of the Democrats are still here. The thing is, if you're left of moderate, you don't feel that you can be vocal. So the challenge here is that we need to find those voices and kind of get them to reactivate and show them that, there's a lot of people feeling disenfranchised, and if we kind of coalesce and we start talking about our issues, we can really build community again. So I think the unique thing about this place is that everybody's been separated from each other, and we're just starting to kind of reach out and build community again.
Yeah, and I really do think the rural nature of Ferry County, I think kind of contributes to, I think it in an interesting way contributes to the mission of maybe Pride of Ferry County, for example, but even of the way that we're doing things in the party, that a lot of people have a kind of because it's more rural, not saying everybody, but a lot of people have a more live and let live attitude. Just they don't care about certain things because it's just it genuinely doesn't impact them in their day-to-day. So I feel like that's a good asset to Ferry County, and we do tend to, even though we have been predominantly red since the 90s, we still vote about 5 to 10 points less red than the neighboring counties, which, I think that presents an opening. But speaking of Ferry County, what do you love about this place? I mean, just, non-politically, what do you think makes this place really just special as not even a tourist destination, but for somewhere to move to,
Oh yeah, well, this is the real deal as far as the frontier towns. It's really close to the Canadian border. The topography is beautiful. The wildlife is beautiful. We're bordering a national forest, reservation land. We have beautiful river, the Sampoil running through. We have falls nearby, Kettle Falls. We're close to the Columbia River. I mean, if you are somebody who enjoys the outdoors, this is easily a destination for somebody. It's rivers and streams and bears and river otters and wolves. And, it's the Wild West, and I love it because of that. But also the people are humble and
hardworking.
Community is different. You don't think about red, blue here when it comes down to survival. The town's this small. You need to know your neighbors, whether you like them or not. So I like that about this.
Yeah, and I just had a little bit of a Joey Tribbiani moment. I forgot a question I wanted to ask you at the beginning. So, regarding your titles within the party and outside of it, what? I think the viewers would be pretty interested in knowing what really that entails, on as far as responsibilities and duties.
Sure, yeah. Well, with my Democratic hats. Being a delegate means that I go and represent Ferry County at the statewide level, so I will get a vote at the Central Committee of the Democratic Party of Washington. So that means that I can influence the platform, resolutions on the platform, and the platform is what the Democratic Party
Are you going to eat today,
upholds.
Heather? Okay, you want water or anything?
And so my job is to represent Ferry County rural at the state level, as far as the delegate position. As vice chair of the Ferry County Democrats, my job is to basically leave no rock unturned, get more voter engagement, and start kind of getting this party up and running again because it's been dormant. So I take it upon myself to essentially be a vocal mouthpiece and somebody that can help organize. Like, for example, today's event falls under the chair hat because I think that I have the voice now with this title to be able to project these events and let people know that they're happening. So basically my job is engagement and organizing.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you viewers that Heather here is actually the one that organized today's protest. So thank you very much. Seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody
Thank
give her a round of applause. And there's something on that general subject that I had wanted to, but it kind of slipped my mind. But well, I guess I got a bit of a bonus question here.
Sure.
What do you think about this is about a particular issue. What do you think about the SAVE Act? This shit has me terrified, honestly, as somebody who, does have the X on my ID and who does,
It's wrong. This is fascism. This is absolutely fascism. You start sorting people like that,
Exactly.
you're treating people like they're not Americans, and that's absurd. I don't care what your gender is, I don't care what your sexual identity is, I don't care what your sexual orientation is. You have exact amount of rights I do, and this SAVE Act does not do that. This divides people, this puts them into categories, and it is exactly a playbook that Nazis use. So in my opinion, this is fascism. The SAVE Act is fascism.
Exactly, yeah. And, it really is reminiscent, with all these poll taxes that seem to be coming up and poll requirements and then just outright disenfranchisement of certain groups. It really is starting to feel like Jim Crow again, but like in a whole different way, because now it's not going to be along racial lines. Even though that's the ostensible purpose of the SAVE Act, to prevent non-citizen voting, which is already remarkably rare, but also it's going to split us down, gender lines mainly. Obviously the main people that are going to be, I think, inconvenienced for sure are going to be married women who have taken their husband's last name. But then, often a lot of states are considering workarounds for that, whereas those states aren't considering the same workarounds for if you just straight up, if your name change document is, oh, hey, I changed my name because I'm trans. Yeah, no, they're not. Like, a lot of these states are not going to allow that to be an option.
Well, so that's how they get away with this kind of. It's a method of control. So they create a boogeyman. They see what's popular to hate, right? So let's take the low-hanging fruit, unfortunately, being disenfranchised and marginalized communities. Trans folks being at the forefront of that right now is they're the boogeyman. They've been chosen, and so what they do is they say, oh, this is to solve that problem. This is to get rid of those folks. Well, no, it starts there, and then they have their foot in the door. And when you're busy looking at that, you're not seeing that it's happening to you too.
Yeah.
I'm one of the lucky few women who, when I married my husband, I kept my last name. So I will not be affected by this, but I will tell you, every single one of my friends is. And I feel like it's not just the trans folks, it's going to be my friends, their friends, everybody. And I wish that the warning signs were more blatant and that they could see it, but unfortunately it's going to have to happen to them for them to get it.
Yeah, and people often talk about, with Nazi Germany, they talk about, first they came for the Jews, but that's actually factually incorrect. The first group they came for, you never really hear about except it's finally started to be documented lately with the Berlin underground nightclub scene, all that kind of stuff, is, transgender folks, people carrying the, I can't remember specifically what they called it, but it was like a card of being able to cross-dress, essentially, card of being able to identify by the other gender. And this was in the 1920s in Berlin, but, of course, the Nazis burned all those books. But, Oh, I was going to mention that, you know, it doesn't, even if you're looking at the SAVE Act from like a purely cynical point of view, and you're thinking like a strategic point of view, and you're thinking, okay, well, disenfranchising women must mean that liberals aren't going to vote. No, actually, if you're disenfranchising only women that have taken their husband's last name, actually, you know, apparently, this will actually be released in my upcoming article in the paper. According to the Pew Research Center, they did a study a few years back. 86% of conservative women take their husband's name, as opposed to 70% of liberal women. So, you know, it's going to be taking more votes from the Republican pool. So it doesn't even feel like it makes sense from a strategic point of view if you're looking at it totally cynically. But yeah, just trying to think of if there's. Yeah, there was something I had wanted to mention about the paper, but it had kind of slipped my mind. It wasn't of the most importance anyway. Yeah, thank you for coming and joining me.
Thank you for your organizing and your adding to this, and yeah, I hope the viewers know you're a real one.
Thank you, and you are as well. I really hope they get that from this interview, and thank you, and thank you for everything you're doing as well with Pride Ferry County and with the Dem Party.
Meeting.
Yep, see you then.
All right, thanks, Sophie.
Yep, have a good one, Heather. All right, chat. So that was Heather Bryce, the Vice Chair of the Ferry County Democrats, and the second Vice President of Pride of Ferry County. She didn't mention that one, I think, but I want to mention that for her because she's a real one too. Well, the mukbang begins now.
She's messy.
But I don't really have anything to prop up against.
Still go to the dumpster.
Maybe I could.
Is everything tasty over
Do you
here?
have a RAV4 too? I do too.
I don't know, we were kind of rocking well on stealth mode. I mean, I'm just going to be eating for like 20 minutes and then I'm going to head home. Might cut it short too, just to try to start walking. Well, fuck. You know, actually, chat, thinking about it, I'm not going to be able to stream on the way home anyway, because my phone's still not charged, and my iPad's, the Wi-Fi is tethered here, obviously, so I'm going to try to just cut the stream right now. I will resume as soon as I get back. I will hustle my ass off to eat and get back here, get back to the stream, but you'll see me sitting on my... I don't even want to call it a computer chair. I was going to call it a computer chair. It's like one of those little, like, toddler chairs, bro, but whatever, it works. It does the job. So yeah, I'll see you guys in probably about an hour or so. Yeah. See you soon, chat. Hello, chat. Welcome back to this mobile saloon. So, we're getting back home. Fuck. Fuck. All right. Fuck me, man. All right, I'm positively pooped. Hi, Cricket. Hi, buddy. Alright, let me get a place to set this against. I get an object. Oh, my. Whatever. This fucking pot will have to do. No, not weed, chat. Alright. Fuck. Alright. I gotta piss. I need fucking air, man. I need air. I don't, you know what I mean? Alright.
All right. All right. Yeah, we'll be out here for just a little bit, and then I'll transfer it to the laptop when I get him on it. Let me just have that on you for a second. I love you, Cricket. Where's Cloudy?
Sorry, I was just kind of looking on in amazement. Somebody's got a dog in their pickup truck outside. All right. Whew. Fuck. So I got no idea what we're gonna do for content, but what we're gonna start with is smoking a few bowls. I'm in Washington. It's fucking legal, Twitch. So, I don't know, fuck, let me get this shit set up in the other room. All right. We back. Yeah. Let's go.
Fuck. All right. Well, welcome back to the Oak Tree Saloon, baby. So, all right. Well, welcome back to the Oak Tree Saloon, baby. So, yeah. All right. Hi. I'll be back, chat. I gotta get weed. I gotta get the supply. I don't know. We might try to watch that like content cop that released or some shit, or maybe we'll react to like what Peden is online or something. She's streaming. I love her content, man. Nah, she's not streaming yet. Yeah, I might watch the content cop or something. I heard that popped off pretty crazy. Like, yeah, there's a few people that are upset that Ian went a little too, or that he didn't go crazy enough. He didn't, do the crazy style backflip, kickflip, punch you in the face, shit in your mouth kind of move on H3. So, yeah, they upset, a lot of people are upset he didn't do Fortnite dance on Ethan, which, you know what, I get it. But I think the video, the parts of it that I saw, the like that beginning sequence and stuff, that was pretty funny. But I mean, even some of the arguments I got glimpses of, that was it was a pretty decent video from what I could tell. But I wanna go through it in full and actually, so I might do that. Might do that here with you guys. But let's get some. Like, I don't call it pre-game. It's in the mid-game read. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right, chat. Yeah. Let me switch scenes. All right. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just go into let's rip it in the content cop, man. Fuck it. Or rather, do we want to go through the content cop or we want to go through Ethan's reaction to it? Yeah. Things you agree with because you're just sort of sitting there like, oh yeah. You're not yeah. Fuck.
Mm.
2700 BC. Yeah, you know what? Actually, H3, IDubbbz reaction. Yeah, let's go through as much of this as we can, because, well, unlike the protest, I don't stop 20 minutes early. I'm kidding, but I mean, I will go till 5. So, What the fuck? Wait, what? Fucking what? 4? Wait, it took him 7 hours to react to this whole thing? Fuck you. Okay, and then there's this little twink here. Wow, really twinky. And then, yeah, I'm one to talk these days, I know. Fuck it. Come on, baby.
For those of you who don't know
Oh my fucking goodness, man.
what Content Cop is, IDubbbz' old show that he did at a time when I think people cared about YouTubers doing evil. I don't think people care as much.
I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Number 1 has turned to number 2. Chitterino, we're back. Cool. All right. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and watch this little funky content cop, at least as much of it as we can, because it's an hour 48, and I've been through it. It's the bastardization of a YouTube clip by extension, because of reaction. Yeah, the original vid was like an hour long. This one is hour 48, and that's with cuts and edits. I'm sure his stream was probably like 4 hours long. What the Okay. Really like that happening. When I can't hear that I'm trying to watch.
For those of you who don't know what Content Cop is, this is IDubbbz's old
Get
show.
this Turkish man out of my ear. Okay.
That he did at a time when I think people cared about YouTubers doing evil. I don't think people care as much anymore. Like I think most people are just like, yeah, this guy sucks.
Yeah, that is where I will say I saw one clip of the video where Ian was complaining about Ethan, brigading his fan base, flooding his comment sections and shit like that, and slamming him and his wife publicly. But I do feel like back in 2016, 2017, when people cared more about bad behavior, it would, it would have gotten more clicks. But we live in a very insensitive world. It's like, okay, like imagine back in 2015, if like some guy named Jeff came and beat you up, right? Like let's just call him Jeff, because I don't know. Sorry, Jeffs, you're not all jerks, but this guy is. So, let's say some guy named Jeff comes and beats your ass to a fucking pulp in the middle of the street. Now, back in 2015, or 2000 or something like that, people would have maybe been more likely to be like, "Oh my gosh, what is this Jeff guy doing?" He just beat that guy up. That's terrible. But nowadays, if Jeff comes beats you up, you get up and be like, "Oh my gosh, Jeff beat me up," and then everybody around you is gonna tell you the same thing. It's like, dude, skill issue. Just lift more. Stop being a pussy. We live in a very might is right world right now. So we'll see. Let me just play the video, but we'll see Ian complaining about his comment sections getting raided and flamed. It's like a while ago, people would have cared about that because people doing bad things would have been considered bad, right? But nowadays, if you complain about somebody doing something bad to you, it allegedly shows some kind of vulnerability, you know?
Okay, what?
Couldn't prevent them from doing it to you. The old Vlad Dracul quote of like, a weak man, like a strong man can make peace as he wishes. Is like a strong man's to do whatever the fuck he wants with, or something like that. And people won't just feel bad for the weak man. They will feel contempt for the weak man, and that's a big problem.
Whatever. Like there's a lot that has taken place in terms of call out culture online that I think is very interesting, where drama slop tubers basically try to do content cop style videos nonstop. It's already being brigaded with dislikes. Yeah, I suspect that they will immediately, because he has IDubbbz has a lot of old fans that hate him now because he has talked about how in the past he did a lot of reactionary stuff that he's not proud of, that he's actually apologetic of, and
he really grew up with us.
All of his like old.
I really love that IDubbbz is one of the few guys to come out of that, Leafy is here torture hole, that alt-right fervor that was going on back in 2017, maybe even a little 2018. I really commend Ian, Mr. Ian IDubbbz for being one of the few guys to pull himself out of there and grow the fuck up. You know what I mean? And yeah, he's not perfect on every issue. That's to be expected from a guy who just crawled out of the alt-right torture hole.
Like, give him some fucking time. Give him a minute. The fact that he's even like identifying as a leftist now is pretty fucking. That's a significant step. You know, whether or not it's true is one thing, but it's a pretty significant thing that Mr. N-word F-slur himself, you know, yeah, he's the guy who combined the N-word and the F-slur into one inglorious slur. So, yeah, but at the same time, he's grown up with us. I love that, man. I love that shit because it's a really terrible feeling to have to walk out on some of your childhood heroes upon learning that they were actually not just that they have become pieces of shit, but that they always were pieces of shit. That is really hard to come to terms with. So when one of these guys actually makes the switch and grows up with you, that's awesome.
Fans that thought that he was like rabid racist or whatever due to some of his libertarian attitudes towards saying slurs. And taking accountability and growing up and changing his attitude. That is part of the reason why a lot of his old fans like despise him, because they hate that he matured. They hate that because I think it just like reflects poorly on those people that have not matured. I mean, that's going to be like one of the things that people get mad at him over. But then also the fact that he did this on the fact that he brought back Content Cop after years and years of not doing it, after saying that what he did on Content Cop, especially with like a lot of the reactionary stuff that he did, was bad. Bringing it back and doing it on Ethan, who he for a very long time was good friends with.
Peach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the thing in our defense, like actually Hila's not a baby killer. Actually accusing Ethan of killing his dog is.
Let's see how many views this fucker's gotten. The 5.3 million views. That's nuts. But you gotta love that all the only like I don't even want to call them mainstream news sources, but like I guess traditional media sources, you know, they're all right wing, so they're all reporting on this as like some sort of flop, but
Empower your students to be more
down there. Okay. Well, 5.4 fucking million views in 3 days. Woo! Yeah, that's a flop, all right. Sure. Anyway.
Maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane
Yeah, it's a classic IDubbbz intro.
harassment
Just
group
sitting there scratching his balls.
that anybody
Me when I
who says anything, they will attempt to ruin their lives.
Me
and
when
once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
Yeah.
What we do here is go back.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, let's go. He's back, everyone. He's back, and even better, he grew up with us. He grew up with us, chat.
So interesting that like this is probably nostalgic for so many people in this audience who probably were major IDubbbz fans and possibly even Ben Shapiro fans at that time.
Yeah, well, not Ben Shapiro. I was a Leafy fan.
I never really watched any Content Cops. Like I kind of knew about it because everybody knew about it, and I'm sorry for pausing
more
it
deranged than
immediately,
fucking Ben Shapiro,
like,
but yeah.
For me, I don't even get the nostalgia aspect that you guys have, so it's just like such a strange phenomena. I was in high school. I'm a teacher now. That's crazy.
Yeah, that does have to look weird this has to look goofy as fuck to somebody who, but that's the point. It is goofy. It's so old YouTube that I love it. You know, it's him being goofy, just fucking house. You gotta love that, man. That's what YouTube used to be. So yeah, sorry, I gotta stop pausing his pauses. Fuck yeah. Go get him, Tiger. He's back, everybody.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piper. This is the
rules.
Awesome Podcast coming to you live
What the
from
fuck?
a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic
Oh, this
moment.
was
Today's a beautiful
okay.
day.
I only
have
saw
a
the
very
dancing.
important
Does
announcement.
this
I've
have anything to
finally
do with the
done it. I
dancing?
watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything.
I can't wait for the
including
build
my
up,
glasses.
the payoff,
They're fake.
the
He was
punchline
right
here.
about that. That's not even in the content nuke, and he was right about that too. How did he know
I can't wait for the
everything?
punchline.
How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake
Oh.
up, Ethan. Ethan, wake
Ah,
up.
ha, ha! Okay, that's funny as shit. Oh, flame his ass. Oh, they got Dunham's then on it. That's funny. Well, hey, she's got right to be in it too. Oh shit. Oh, they got the gang out there. Okay. Yo, Eden. Oh wait, why wasn't Eden in this shit? By the way, man. She is like the biggest writer for Hassan, man. Like besides Frogan. You can like I've been in Eden's chat trying to like convince her that Hassan is like not good for leftism, and she just does not buy it. And her chatters don't buy it. She doesn't buy it, you know. Like she's a huge writer for Hassan. I don't know why she ain't in it, but whatever. It's not really about Hassan's gang, is it? It's about whoever would collab with IDubbbz. Sabra. Yeah. All right. Yep. Hit it. Get it up and fit it up, baby. What?
It sounds very stupid even saying that.
He violated Hassan's mic. W Hassan. W IDubbbz, man.
Free content
There you go.
IDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be
He should do a content cop on Hassan, but he's never going to because Hassan brought him back into the game now.
because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who attacked first.
My good friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator.
Hold on, chat. My lighter's stuffed. I gotta clear it out. I'll be back. Alrighty.
Creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast,
he's crashing out
Maybe.
live.
I just expected
Also, I'm
better.
sure this is all gonna get clipped, and I love that I'm looking like this for all this.
At least I don't have black hair.
I'm not gonna watch this. All right, we're
with
watching the
Hassan
content cop.
leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level.
Fuck. Hold on, the lighter's still stopped. Great pause. These two fucks.
Whatever.
Progress.
I think, chat, you can gather by this point that I don't really like Hassan either, but yeah, Ethan's the one definitely acting crazy and crashing out. I dislike Hassan for separate reasons, you know, for his activism and for his he is pretty ableist. He's even proudly admitted that he's ableist. But whatever. I'm actually making a video on the subject with about a whole bunch of different YouTubers, or I'm planning it, so who knows?
Shit and make fun of right wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick
Oh my-
once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
Was just eating the toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim.
I like this.
Disgusting.
I like
I
this.
don't know
Is
if you can make that
this
joke
is
between
really
people
good
and
editing
it's
here.
insensitive to burn I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
See, this is what you get with good old like the goats of YouTube, the legends of YouTube. You actually get good editing that does a lot of showing and a lot of time. It doesn't do one or the other. I think it's obvious what he's trying to say. Hassan's got far more experience on this topic because even back in 2019, what was Hassan talking about? Gaza, the genocide. Well, it wasn't a genocide. It was. I mean, it's always been genocidal actions by the apartheid regime in Israel. But he was talking about that shit back in 2019. What was H3H3 talking about? Reacting to YouTube videos. What was Ethan talking about in 2021? Fucking Trisha Paytas.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he...
Yeah, that was where, that was where it always was. When we thought Ethan was a leftist, or even a liberal, we still thought, even then, we still kind of viewed him as, one of the more, I guess, down-to-earth guys. He wasn't going to be able to argue against, a Jordan Peterson, but he could easily take down, somebody's video through critique, that sort of deal,
He is extremely sympathetic to the
Like-
Israeli cause and what's
like
happening to
pre-recorded
them.
critique.
His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired.
Literally shows.
A lot of people are pissed.
I love how Ethan talks this shit while literally showing the evidence. It's like saying, oh, murders don't happen while showing pictures of people surrounded by 28 stab wounds apiece. That kind of shit.
About it.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse. Dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, and I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, did I not go there?
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly.
Mhm.
I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like IDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
That's crazy that he just drops that I'm evil and I'm doing anti-Semitism. That is not a petty beef. Like what a
Yeah,
crazy
doing
statement.
anti-Semitism.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers
is it stupid?
that
Let's just hit play, no explanation.
IDubbbz former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being
the
put
creator
into
clash
who
editor.
the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me.
I don't know. I was real sympathetic to the Ethan on the inside, the Ethan of old, Mr. Vape Nation himself. But pathetic until I saw the N-word compilation. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it here because ew, but there's an N-word compilation of Ethan Ethan Klein saying the N-word over and over again, and it's like a 10-minute long fucking comp, man. And it's like and it goes back to like 2013, some crazy shit. Like before the fair use thing, before everything, man. It was not a good guy. I mean, he was acting anti-Semitic in fucking Israel, even when he was living there in Tel Aviv, So I don't give me that shit.
Yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and f***ed up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and
I
Hila
like how
call
that
us
compilation made it sound like calling somebody the CEO of Twitch is an insult, like a grievous insult. Because I mean, it kind of is.
spineless cowards.
Love you.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi,
Thank
that
you,
she
Mr.
kills
Clancy,
kids,
for
that
allowing me
like,
to exist.
she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and IDubbbz feed.
On the site,
My good friends who I stood by after
Oh,
all these
he's bouncing
years
again.
can't
He's
find a
vibrating
spine to
again.
speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What
They'll
the
get
f
murdered.
is happening? For all you know,
They'll get
I
murdered.
only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Giardia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait.
Anytime I...
He is right about that. But that is such a soy-ass insult. Like, yeah, Hassan is probably the guy who watches himself in the mirror during sex. That does indicate Hassan probably. I mean, he is an egotist. Okay, let us fucking get that right out of the way. Hassan is the most egotistical bastard on BloodTube. Okay, that being said, at the same time, it sounds extremely soy. When it sounds basically like saying to somebody, "Oh, you're so handsome, huh? You think you're so beefy? Ugh." It's like, yeah, he probably does, because he is admittedly physically attractive. He's he's repulsive as far as his personality is concerned, but he's physically attractive, so yeah. That is something to be proud of. I remember when I was, hey, I'm a fucking loser, but I remember when I was a 300-pound loser, I like being a 160 pounds loser, I like that a lot better. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab some milk real quick. I'll try to be right back.
Hey, I'm a fucking loser, but I remember when I was a 300-pound loser, I like being a 160-pound loser, I like that a lot more.
That's fucking milk, chap. He needs some milk.
Fact, I do. Fact by reporters. Oh.
See, and
Are essentially foundational for like Gen Z's childhood at this point. Like he needs as much cultural significance to me as like I Love Lucy did to somebody who grew up in like the 60s or the 70s or some shit, you know? Or the 50s, or whenever that show was popping off, you know?
anytime I see new clips, I'm like, come on, bro. Why are you saying these things? It's just, it goes back to stupid, sexy Hassan every time.
Yeah,
It's so
exactly. It's very
strange.
soy
It's a strange
insult.
thing to do.
That's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last.
It's like getting in an argument with somebody and then you're like, "Well, you think you're so smart, huh?" Like anybody ever says that to me, you know, my one word answer is
5 minutes.
It's not
like, come on, it's low-hanging fruit. You're walking into a conversational trap.
beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done, and I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good friends who I stood by after all these years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a
Wondering if to an extent, because I'm even already starting to get slightly tired of how much Ian's trying to they were friends before, you know, genuinely friends, and I think I'm wondering if a part of it is maybe something in Ian's worldview where he doesn't. There's some people who will. How do I put this correctly? Essentially, they will take a long time to get to the point where they, you know, dump somebody off, where they say, all right, enough is enough, I'm finished with you. But then once that happens, it it's done. That person is never talking to you again. Whereas there's some people that are a little bit more lax about it or a little bit more quick to be like, oh, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. But then like they text you 2 weeks later, you know. Whereas, you know, I think IDubbbz is just on a slow ass fuse, you know. I think he's like waiting to get to the point where well, I don't think he wants to be at the point. He's making it clear he doesn't want to be at that point where he would have to dump Ethan. But I think if he does arrive at that emotional juncture, then yeah, I think that'll probably be it. I feel like he's that kind of guy. You noticed a lot of the people he he used to roast. He hasn't talked good about them, even though he's changed views, even though he's flipped. You know, like it's it's because it was probably more of an internet drama to him. Whenever you're in the center of internet drama, it feels a bit more like it feels a bit more than just internet drama, you know? It really does, especially when like livelihoods are up to stake, like for these guys, you know? Oh yeah. It feels like an attack on your life, your livelihood. There's a lot of crazy psychology going on behind these YouTubers, you know. It's a very unique kind of like job field. You know, it's got more clout than pamphleteers, but it's more informal than radio jockeys and more personable than both. So,
bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment
Ah!
group. It's not bad enough that I
yeah, I
have this
get it.
group of
Fake
people
Nation,
harassing
man.
me and
Fake
everyone in my
Nation!
life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm crazy.
I don't think I'd seen him
Oh
go
my
the
gosh.
distance on this stuff, but like that's crazy, man. That's how
Dude.
does no one around you go, dude? What do you mean journal?
Like, I feel like the point where you've lost it is where you can actually make a sentence like that and not words. Like, if you can look around to a room full of people that are looking right at you, and if you can look at all of them and be like, "Ah, you think I'm crazy? What? You really think I'm crazy?" And you don't see that you sound a little fucking crazy, you're crazy.
Journalists are like actively gaslighting you. Holy it is truly a historic
Jover for
crash out
Ethan,
in the
man.
sense that it's ironic because like he used to make fun of Tim Pool. Tim Pool has that famous clip where he's like, "Nobody wants to date me. Is it my fault? No, it's everybody else's fault."
See that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family because
Aw.
my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
And he used to fucking joke about that all the time. He used to use that all the time to make fun of Tim Pool. How does he not see that this is literally that? The fact that the crew hasn't done anything is borderline negligent. I don't think the crew can do anything, dude. That's what I'm like. I don't think they can talk to him at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by IDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing
Twink.
as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like
Twink with
of
attitude.
the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember
never
when
said
he
I-
called her kid the
Based.
spawn of Satan.
I never said
And I
Based.
was supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't gonna cheer that on. That's
Why
disgusting.
do we forget that he
Oh, I
called
know,
her
that's a-
children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan.
It's disgusting. It's
And
a
I
piece of
mean,
shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never.
Okay, you know how YouTubers... Oh my gosh, I just thought about it. I know Meat Canyon's right wing, so he's never gonna make anything on Ethan. If he does, oh my gosh, be a oh it would come out beautiful. Please do it, Meat Canyon. Please, we need it. I know you agree with Ethan, but please, we need it. Or like if somebody did a skit pretending to be Ethan, there's just so many things that could rip him to shreds on, man.
never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful.
Oh, wait, about
what is it,
Trisha's
3
baby.
years
Okay.
later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of
I mean, I know
pressure
Trisha Paytas isn't a
or
good person. I
enthusiasm.
just, I don't know how she was a bad person because I was like, I was out of the loop for that time of for that. Oh my, whoa! But yeah, no, I was off the internet while that whole phase of drama, I guess, was
For
unfolding.
you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most
Gosh.
immoral people on the internet.
I'm
Unlike
zonked out,
Ian
chat.
and Anissa, who are keeping to themselves. Also, why the does Olivia
So another hit
get
of
the
weed
pass?
must surely be the
What a
solution.
fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything. But like, what a piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Okay, Olivia did not do anything, and
I want
Oh, there it goes. He's so
Do I
angry,
have
man.
to be an employee to get that treatment?
Girl.
Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please
Yeah.
acknowledge
He
your
tortures
role in
them.
this whole thing.
It's true.
They like
it's
live in
crazy
his
how
basement.
warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be
Yeah.
a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends,
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, cause like, why would I not? It
Oh,
was
here we
crazy.
go.
Yeah, why would you not?
Yeah, I'm gonna get playfully
doesn't
racist
make
with
any
that
sense
bitch. I don't
because,
care.
like, I actively avoided talking about Ethan for a year when he apparently was doing a bunch of this stuff. He was
Heim,
apparently
bitch.
having not the best takes about Israel as Israel was pummeling Gaza. And people kept bringing it up. And I was like, I don't care about what Ethan has to say. I defended him over and over again. I don't expect anything transactional out of this. But it's crazy that, like, for me, I cared more about the issue at hand and not necessarily the drama amongst content creators. So there's an entire compilation out there somewhere. I think it's like 8 minutes, sorry, over the past 16 months. The first like post leftovers year from November 2023 all the way to November 2024.
Okay,
pretty much,
but
where I'm like, I
Hassan,
don't care.
Hassan,
Remove Ethan.
hold on, Hassan, Azan, as we call him in my favorite fan base. But yeah, if you know, those who know, but yeah, look, Azan, you do need to realize that you showcasing, well, this isn't, this is him. This is all uploaded to his channel. So you showcasing this entire, like this 10-minute compilation, you doing a speed run through it of you talking about Ethan consistently for the last year. Yes, I know it's in response, but it comes off rhetorically bad, man. It comes off terrible because it comes off like you're also talking about him just as much as he's talking about you. I mean, dude, you'd get the impression just by watching this video sped up, this one in the top left, that you're just as involved in the drama, even though you say you're not, and I can observe you're not. Okay, like I do think Hassan is involved to a certain extent. I believe he, cares more than he lets on about all this. I feel like, but he's not obsessed like Ethan is. He cares about other shit. There's more important things going on in the fucking world, and I think he also cares a lot more about what Ethan represents politically and what he's trying to pull people to politically, which is just something dark, Ethan. Yeah. Oh.
Is not your enemy. Ethan is not pro-Israel, because I thought that he wasn't. Like I thought that he was maybe internally conflicted to a certain degree, given his proximity to Israel.
1%.
He had an attitude that was
What'd they do with the other
significantly
99%?
more critical of Israel than what it has become. And on top of that, I recognized that there is a lot of anti-Semitism on the rise. And I think that Ethan, as someone who had experienced a lot of the anti-Semitism online, was unable to parse through the actual progressive fans that he had that were telling him, not from an anti-Semitic perspective, that what he was saying was Zionist propaganda that is pro-Israel propaganda, and the people who were just being anti-Semitic and saying, of course, you're a Jew, that's why you believe these things. I recognize that. I understand that. There are plenty of Jewish Hasanabi heads in this community, many of which had a different opinion on Israel before October 7th, many of which that went through those motions. That's precisely the reason why I had Simone Zimmerman and Noah Colwin on the broadcast. Noah is obviously, as you guys know, a great friend of mine, host of the Blowback podcast, fantastic podcast about American foreign policy and its consequences. I highly recommend it. But I watched the Israelism documentary, and I had Simone on as well, alongside Noah. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to help other people that had been trapped in this internal conflict to see a way out of it, to be able to recognize the social conditioning that led them astray. And I think it's been relatively successful as well. And yet, after all of that, what did I get? Over and over again, just smears, collaborating as Ian showed here, collaborating with a community that has haunted my ass and has tried to turn me into a lolcow, knowing full well what kind of harassment I withstood from the sex pestiny community. He went around and he got clips from them to prove a point to his audience that no, Ethan and his statements on Israel wasn't the reason why progressive fans were leaving him behind and calling him a Zionist. It was actually me. I had brainwashed his progressive fan base. I had brainwashed them with my, I guess, stupid, sexy Hassan ways. That I was a truly evil person.
Come on, give him the okay, bro emote.
Insane.
I mean, if
I
that's
hate
truly
whenever he
what you
does that
believed,
stupid
and you
sexy
weren't
Hassan
just gonna
shit.
use
Yeah,
it
thank you,
later-
Chatter.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have...
That's it. That's his favorite joke. That's his ultimate copium. He just injects that shit 24/7, man, on his streams. He's always like he talks about stupid sexy Hassan more whatever. And then all his viewers are like, best.
have a problem with you if you defended me.
Oops, man.
I'm not going to
Kiss
assume
my
that
ass.
Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone who knows that the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the
Okay,
Lebanese, they've
he
received a
leads
lot of
with the
oppression
Irish?
and attacks from the IDF. So
Yeah.
Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of
Come on, you black. All right, no. But Aaron, go Brock.
Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean, like just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So
The problem.
okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new.
Is there no concept here of like the output? Is that not even remotely important or interesting to the subject matter? It's just something that I don't understand at all, where they're like, oh, everything that we say about Israel is just, you can't have any difference in opinion on it, because if you do, then you're anti-Semitic most likely. You're doing it in an anti-Semitic fashion. This is the major point of contention. Content creators have a finite amount of time online. What you do with that time and what you do with that platform and what you do with that influence matters. And if all you do in the limited time that you have online is to constantly attack pro-Palestinian content creators, undermine them, demand that they get deplatformed, okay, call them anti-Semitic terrorists over and over again, yeah, of course people are going to be like, yeah, I disagree with that. I totally
Yeah,
disagree
exactly.
with that, especially when the backdrop of this conversation, when we are all living in profoundly
Unfortunately.
privileged conditions here in the Western world, in the United States of America, in West Hollywood or Bel
I mean,
Air.
I'm actively reading the Bible, and I still have a hard time parsing the, parsing from Israel, and that's the great, I guess, trap. The insane amount of, media. What's the word? Something consent, or like manufactured consent. Just this immense manufactured consent campaign that's gone on. It Even I have a hard time parsing the Jewish population from Israel as a country. And I have a hard time also, separating the Israel I read about in the Bible that are, supposed to be the good guys and everything, and supposed to be a place of holiness, but it also is a place that does tend to err. It's a place that does tend to have its moments. And I don't know. Is this one of those moments? Because I don't see how you could say that what's going on in Gaza is a good thing,
Right? Like, we are incredibly privileged. And this entire conversation revolves around like your own personal feelings about how people don't agree with you. Like, it's just unimaginably selfish. It's so goddamn self-centered. It does not make any sense, especially when the backdrop of this is a live streamed endless sequence of child murder. So much so that Ethan made it such a joke that he would just be like, oh, there's a genocide happening. How can you do this? There's a genocide happening. Like that. It became a punchline for him. He started referring to.
Wait, what kind of Irish-ass name was that? The advisor to the South African legal team. Flynn Negrela. Okay. Shit. Wait, that's a fada. Raleigh. Okay. Flynn Negrali. Okay.
Genocide happening like that. It became a punchline for him. He started referring to Israel's genocide as nothing but a punchline. The genocide card, he said. The equivocation here of like them defending Ian and Anissa and then expecting the same in return also doesn't make sense. Because Ian came out and said, I f***ed up at a time when he didn't need to do that at all. He could have just pivoted to like maybe centrist content and then later down the line, maybe some more progressive content. If it was disingenuous, if this change wasn't real, if this change wasn't organic, if this change wasn't real, he could have just as easily kept doing right-wing content. That shit pops off. We all know what the internet looks like, especially with the 4chanification of Twitter to begin with. He could have kept farming it, but he had an honest change of heart. And in that honest change of heart, he came out and recognized that he should apologize for his past mistakes. And he lost a big chunk of his fan base as a consequence of that. People became active haters of him. He had nothing to apologize for because of his apology. It is not the same situation. Standing by your friends in that regard, if you agree with the decision that they made to apologize, is an entirely separate situation than like actively crashing out on every single small, large content creator that's fucking pro-Palestine, trying to get.
Yeah, like I remember at the start of I remember being a huge Jacksepticeye fan during most of my youth, and I remember after PewDiePie had said Livestream, you know, that like what was it fucking was it DayZ? I think. Or no, it was PUBG. Yeah, it's PUBG. But yeah, you know, Felix said the N-word on that PUBG stream and got canceled by the internet for the first time of many. And back then, it didn't. It felt more like a fluke because this was kind of his first infraction, his first big one. And I remember a lot of people were flaming Sean for coming to his support, not even necessarily his defense. You know, he made a video saying he doesn't agree with what he did, but you could still support your friend as a friend, you know? And people were like, no, not good enough. I don't fucking agree with it. Thing is, he did back away more and more as shit got dicier, and then as Felix kind of came to a reckoning about everything to some degree, kinda ish, then Sean publicly rekindled their friendship to a degree, kinda ish, you know? So yeah.
Get people fired, trying to get people deplatformed, trying to take down an entire platform while you're on YouTube. Like it's just crazy yeah, of course, there's no equivalence here. There's no equivocation to demand unconditional support in this situation because I stood by you when you made a brave choice to fucking apologize for your past mistakes. Suing people for Reddit clips, getting your lawyer to demand insane things out of college students that are operating anonymous Reddit accounts, thinking that there's this massive conspiracy that you will uncover if you engage in frivolous lawsuits against people who cannot defend themselves against those lawsuits. And
Man, I'm getting so tired that I'm using the chatters spamming the wake up emoji.
Know full
I'm like,
well that they don't have the finances to be able to defend themselves in a court of law. That's crazy.
Friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
In her chat,
Yeah.
which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating.
Sorry, I can't
in
do
this
crazy
whole,
eyes like
Child
Ethan does
Protective
crazy
Service
eyes.
lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
And if
show you
you're
guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean.
Parts
People
of this
can
video, I'm sorry, but do parts of this video feel a little bit like Ian trying to defend ever being friends with Ethan? Defend that he still has some, you know, little bit of sympathy for his friend, you know?
things because
You know, it is starting to feel just slightly tedious.
they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now,
Yeah, only problem is Denims never said the N-word. Denims hasn't said the N-word dozens of times.
one's a little
Publicly.
bit more nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't f with the other friend.
Yep.
But there is someone in the middle who kind of f with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships
Yeah,
that are like
exactly.
that. I'm not going to make you guys like meet up and kiss.
Yeah, I honestly, I always had like two friend groups when I was growing up, you know? Like when I was teen years, I had two main friend groups. They didn't, and whenever I tried to get them to mingle, it never really went that well, you know? It was awkward at best, and at times even once in a while contentious. So we got backed off with that shit, you know? You can have different friends separately, you know?
Kiss or
He got apparently real mad at Steiny too for having me on his podcast.
If you were my friend, you wouldn't even have had him on. It wouldn't even be a question.
I'm just letting you know, and maybe he fooled me, but it seems like that guy actually
He
maybe
did fool you.
at this point. Maybe not at this point. It's different, but it seemed like he actually genuinely cared or cares about you.
That episode's coming out tomorrow, I think. I don't know.
Anything. I get it. You guys are in. You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting
Beelzebub.
before I
Yeah.
ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mhm.
And then
Oh,
from
yeah,
there,
this was
the
one of the-
conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no
Yeah.
problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a
Sounds like
powerful
extortion.
villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit.
Do not call Ethan powerful in any regard. Even though he is, like, you got that one guy, Doxed, who just made an Instagram comment. That was that was awful, by the way. Oh my gosh, a bomb threat got called into the place that the guy works,
Immediately had to comment like, "Oh, he doesn't work with us anymore."
Then
But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't.
Okay. Do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so
But you'll have
quick
anything
to
else to say to your
clarify
friend?
things in
Shut
your
up.
Reddit is because
Why why'd I pause
your
that? I don't
Reddit
know.
was already
I'm getting
talking
pause
about
happy, man.
who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was
I'll cut
our
it out.
co-host
I'll
on
be
our
good.
podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important
here
thing
it comes.
to address.
Yep.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
Soy.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice.
Soy
I would be
cuck.
fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Like they say
Soy
something
cuck,
like he
whiny
doesn't
baby.
work for me, and I.
That's the other thing is just,
Like literally, that joke went on too long. It was too complainy, and it takes a victim. There we go. You're not allowed to be a victim in today's society. Full on. If you are like, oh my gosh, this guy flamed me in my audience, people are gonna be like, well, dude, quit whining. You sound like a pussy, man. Just flame him back or whatever. Oh wait, you can't. LOL, you must deserve it.
it's like it's so aggressive. Like this is the method. It's the tested and true method to just constantly do this. This is how you churn out content where you just discard people, real people. Sometimes people that are in your life. It just feels so crazy.
Oh
to
fuck
do
my
this.
neck, man.
It feels like you don't care about human beings as human beings.
Come on.
And it's
Oh, I had to work
all
for that
toys
one.
to play with that you can just cast aside and discard like a piece of trash. The issues themselves don't matter. People's belief systems don't matter. Everyone is a piece of content for you. Anyone and everyone can be discarded,
Fucking wrist.
cast aside like it's nothing.
I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila.
Oh.
The problem is
That makes me think of your behavior since you started being a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I famously did this all the time, over and over again, and don't famously hold on to relationships with people who are literally doing that to me, regardless of how vicious they might be, with the hopes that I can change their minds, while my audience yells at me and consistently tells me that I am a loser who doesn't care about real
Sorry, I just
politics, but
cracked my
instead wants to
wrist
defend his
back into
rich
place.
streamer
Fuck,
friends.
that was.
What are we talking about? People, unironically, in my community, yell at me all the goddamn time. And the people that I started this stuff with including my
Oh my
best
fucking
friend
goodness, man.
in the real world.
That goes
okay,
crazy,
that
man.
I
That
brought
goes crazy
onto
mode.
Twitch, Will Neff, whose girlfriend, Caroline, I've also known for almost a fucking decade,
Oh,
are now
shit.
content creators that have their own communities on top of everything else. But besides that, like Austin, who I have a podcast with, like these are the people who I
And know
started
that
this journey with. And our
I
friendship
know that Hassan and Will were like IRL friends
has only grown throughout these years.
before
I
all
don't
this.
want to have conflict. I don't want to have drama. Drama, while it's great for clicks, right? Awesome for the algorithm, takes away from the actual goals that I have here. Cutie being left out here, that's true. I got smoke for Cutie right now. That's why. Who's Cutie? I don't even know her. I know I can't even joke about stuff like this because people will like clip this out of context and just like post it and blast it and brigade everything and anything that I've ever been on. You know what I mean? To prove a point where it's like Hassan has transsexual relationships. Look at him. You know what I mean? It's like, no, of course, I love Cutie. Like, for the record. I did this with Aiden Ross until it was impossible to salvage. I did this with XQC until it was impossible to salvage. There's a reason why, outside of like classic quote unquote villains online, there's a reason why you won't hear this kind of attitude from many other content creators. And it's not because I have them under a web of lies and gaslighting and fucking, you know, mind control or whatever the Ethan might suggest. That's not the reason. It's because I try to keep to myself. I did it with Nick Merckx. I try to talk to Nick Merckx directly when I saw him going down this right-wing path. Notice how there's one thing that is the most consequential aspect to all these stories is their politics. It's their politics, first and foremost. That's the most consequential aspect because at the end of the day, as I've said this, and I did this with Asmongold too, at the end of the day, what I care about for content creators in particular that have massive communities is their output, what they are putting out there and what they are influencing, what they are normalizing. And even with Ethan, I didn't care about any of the shit that he was saying, but the reason why I obviously started talking about it was because after a year of sneak disses and smears and whatnot, he very clearly put himself out there as someone who was pro-Israel. Like, he does what he was doing. And he chose to do this at like 12 months in, a year into a genocide. It was a political disagreement that I had, and I tried to stick to the issues on that front too, and not the petty grievances. Chatters still try to debate me to this day. They're like, oh, look at his tattoo. Look at this. Look at that. It's like, I don't care about that kind of stuff. I care about what he says. I care about what any content creator says within the finite amount of time that they appear online, what they are presenting to their communities, what they're advocating for. That's it.
But she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go f yourself.
I agree.
Go f yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression.
This is getting more and more soy as he gets in.
What do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a
Even
mirror
this
and jerks
is
off
soy
watching
to an
himself.
extent.
Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi...
Yeah, I'm sorry, no, what you do with this guy, what you do with this little fucking worm, is you pound his ass into the dirt with whatever insults you can find. You do this as much as you need to until he runs away scared with his tail between his fucking legs. That's what you do with little creeps like this. I'm sorry, I could see how some people, like, getting into this, watching this, like, I don't even know how far he is into the video, but I'm 40 minutes into the reaction. I assume he's probably, what, like 20, 30 minutes into his reaction? So it's like, what the fuck? You know, it's just 20 minutes in, and is it gonna keep going like this? Like, this is all very soy. This is all very, oh, you're harassing us. No, you gotta stop being mean. You know, people don't like victims, man. They don't. What you gotta do is you gotta be the aggressor. You gotta take the fucking sword and chop his arms off with it. Metaphorically speaking, you know, in a war of words, you know? You take his arms away.
A war of words. You take his in a war of words, you take his legs away too. You chop his throat. You do the job. You take away any recourse he has to debate you or whatever on this. Not that he's even interested in debate.
Fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you
Malignant shit,
continue
man.
to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself, in terms of these.
Meow? Me meow? Oh my goodness, we have a little cloud. Me meow. Hey. Hi. Would you like to come up here with me? Was that a yes? Come on, girl. I'm streaming. I could show you off to everybody. Oh, she said no. She wanted to at first, but she heard I was streaming. She's like, "No, I'll just stay over there." All right. That's your decision. That's fair. She might be shy.
Fair weather friends who are, you know,
Fair weather
so
friends.
happy to.
My one gripe with not just this community, but the online left as a whole, is the almost reactionary campus attitudes to people. Your charitability is the number one takeaway I have. It's the reason I believe what I believe. I have a friend who was a counter-protester last year to our campus protest and is now pro-Palestine within less than 1 year. Your charitability is the best thing I've learned, and it's never too much in my opinion. Yes, that's it. Because I recognize that no one is born with a fucking copy of Das Kapital by their crib, by the baby's crib side. No one starts off,
That'd be dope.
especially in a country like
That'd be
America,
based, wouldn't it?
or even in a country like Israel, a settler colony. Both of these countries, in their inception, did genocide, ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement. There's a lot of similarities between America and Israel, down to the connection to the greatest evil historically, the English. No one is born, quote unquote, woke. I certainly wasn't either. So I understand that it takes time, self-reflection, self-criticism. These are difficult things to come by. So someone has to be fucking charitable and not constantly be like, "You've said something that I consider to be a microaggression. You are the greatest evil of all time." I think it's like a lot of people do that. And I even understand why some leftists do that. The reason why they do that is because they're sick and tired of constantly having to be on the defense. I get it.
Yeah.
But you're being charitable to narcissistic content creators. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Yeah,
You're
gotta be
doing
on
it.
the
You're
offense.
doing it right now. I'm not just
Gotta find
charitable to narcissistic.
Yeah, gotta find somebody to expose rather than defending yourself against being exposed, you know, even if it just means lobbing accusations. Honestly, what right wingers do a lot. They try to flood the zone with arguments, with debates, with weird takes on everything. It's kind of like in hockey, um I root for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Go Bolts, go! And we're a team that takes a lot of shots to the net. We will take like twice as many shots as the other team and get the same amount of goals because we'll just the shots we take won't be so accurate as much as we're trying to just get shots in at the goalie to wear him down. So yeah, when you're always on the defensive, you're the one getting worn down. So yeah, it's better to be on the offensive. But this isn't helping. Yeah, this isn't helpful. Because Hassan's not being charitable. He's obsessed too. Not obsessed, but he's borderline obsessed with Ethan. Ian is being a little bit too charitable, in my view. And really just kind of whiny. Like somebody who's whining, especially when they're making a good point, You don't
It's like if somebody was like, "Oh my gosh, this genocide in Gaza." No, you need people standing up with their full chest and being like, "What the fuck are you doing? How could you do this?" You know?
To content creators. I'm charitable to everyone. The fuck are you talking about? That's my point is that this community is 42,000 people because of that. Do you understand? It's because of that. It's because if I were constantly calling everybody white nationalists, white supremacists, racist, which is what right wingers say I do all the fucking time, ironically enough, if I didn't assume that people could be charitable and go on their own journey of learning and development and change what their belief structure looks like, then I wouldn't do what I'm doing. The entire purpose of what I'm doing is to cause people to maybe reflect on previous things that they consider to be unshakable foundational truths. This is what it's all about. And that's precisely why I maintain this level of charity for content creators as well as I do to chatters as well who want to learn. Now, of course, in that process, there are people who catch me when I'm pissed off, or there are plenty of people who try to abuse that charity to come in and say, "Just curious, why are you a piece of shit terrorist anti-Semite? Just curious." Like, you're not just curious, all right? And of course, I yell at them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's not actually opening. He's not open to answering any kind of questions on anything, but whatever. It weird with Hassan because he can be pretty cool when he wants to be. The problem is he doesn't want to be a lot of the time. He's a dick most of the time, but then he only ever remembers the cool moments in his own head because he is kind of an egotist. So he'll then run it back and be like, "Well, when was I ever a dick to you?" It's like, dude, you banned me from your chat.
And there are hours and hours of compilations like that, right? But having said that, the
Permaban.
overwhelming majority of this community, if not the damn near entirety of it, all the way from when I had 35 live concurrent viewers to 35,000 live concurrent viewers, have had at least one issue that they've changed their minds on. Half of you motherfuckers that are yelling at me for not being for being far too charitable don't realize that there was a point in time when if you had spoken out about a thing that you had firmly held convictions on, you would wish that I'd be charitable to you as well. That, I think, is my superpower in general. I have a firm commitment to constantly trying to have people be charitable to me because I understand that that is the only way. That is the only way I can get people to second guess what they believe is the truth, what they've been socially conditioned into believing. And many of you who have taken advantage of that and have grown because of that, because this was a welcoming community to people who truly want to learn, to truly see a different perspective.
The problem
you then
is,
turn around and don't fucking.
the problem is rhetorically, like when he's speaking just in general, I think he has a more forgiving and reasonable tone, but when he never has moments where he's engaging chatters and he's like, "All right, you know what? That you said something bad, but I'm only gonna give you like a day's mute. Come back tomorrow. You could chat again." He never does that. You know what I mean? Like he sees somebody's comment. And, yeah, I do think it's a sliding scale. I think the smaller of a channel you are, the less likely you are to do this. Like you see in a lot of communities where it's like a few hundred people, um, or even like a few dozen people. You know, creators might only if really pushed ban somebody who's being unruly, but that would just be for like a week's mute, you know? Whereas maybe you take a Vosh or something, somebody with like, or a Denims, somebody with a huge amount of people in their chat, their mod team, and in Vosh's case, the YouTuber himself, can get pretty rude when addressing, but it isn't like they will still hear reasonable arguments, and they always check their chat logs first before they make the ban, and it's usually still just like a week ban or even a month ban or something like that. But Hassan, what he does is he takes a comment, that's been made on his Twitch, and then he Jarvis enhanced this comment, and then he reads it, and then he like reads it again, and then he's like, "Oh my gosh, chat, can you believe how fucking stupid this guy is?" and then he says like, look, I'm a big live streamer. I have 42,000 viewers, so I'm right here, and you're on. So I'm gonna permaban, and then that's it. Like I don't know. It's just- And then the whole chat laughs because they're like, bro, you should have known better than to dissent. We have a like you should have known better than to dissent against the live streamer. I'm sorry, this culture, we have a very shitty culture. That's what I almost broke up my speech for, to say that we have a very shitty viewer engagement culture on viewership engagement culture, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little high, but we have a terrible viewership engagement culture on Twitch and in live streaming in general, in modern content creation and shit, modern influencer culture. People don't care as much about their communities as they used to. There's very few places that do. And oftentimes parasocial, like for example, is seen as like a dirty word and shit like that. You know, when it's like we are all just people. So I don't know. I'm not gonna
repeat that kindness to others, it's ridiculous. And the reason why I understand why people have reactionary attitudes is because leftists will literally constantly talk about social conditioning in a white supremacist, racist, transphobic society that we exist under, and then they get shocked when motherfuckers reflect that perspective. Yeah, of course. What do you mean? If you recognize the
Yeah.
impact of
Yeah, if you're gonna be like a queer person that's like everybody is queer phobic, you can't then walk outside being like la da 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 la da 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 and then somebody calls you the F slur. It's like no, you have to organize against this and you still have to try to fight it in some way. It is the inevitable, unfortunate reality.
systemic racism, you have to also understand that motherfuckers are going to be kind of racist without thinking about it. Like,
That's true as
what's
well.
the expectation here?
Okay,
of
that's
course
his
they're
point.
going to
Yeah.
be racist. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean they will stay racist. If you think people are intrinsically evil and racist, and there's no way to change that, then why the are you
Then
even
you're the
trying?
racist.
Like, what's the purpose here? That you're just slotted into a position at birth? You're just going to be a Marxist-Leninist, a card-carrying communist. And this person is always going to be a liberal who's a racist. Like, what are you talking about? That's not how human beings are. That's not how you are.
That breaks the
Always
conservatives
look
fucking
within and
like their
analyze the
logic.
changes that you have had
A
about
liberal who's
key
racist.
issues that you now look back at and recognize how differently you thought. There are
I mean, yeah, they say Democrats are the real racist, but they don't actually believe it.
people in here
They know they're the real racist. They love it. Can I get a shout out to my real racist? I'm kidding.
who used to be Ben Shapiro fans. There are people in here who used to be Steven Crowder fans. There are people in here who used to be Destiny fans. There are people in here who used to be Ethan Klein fans. Would you want everyone to constantly reduce you to who you used to be? No? Then you recognize why you have to be charitable to others. This is why I always tell you, be normal.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like you're the H3 podcast, okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is
Yeah.
so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go for yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Yo, what
There
the
was
fuck?
a way to approach us to say like, yeah, we feel hurt.
Who else do we
by you
hate? Like,
guys
what
not
the
saying
fuck?
Something. You've decided to do
What losers?
the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist.
Mhm.
Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We hate racists. races.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk.
This is also the other problem, is like saying that you are defending Israel after 16 months of genocide, and that is a byproduct of Zionist ideology, which is a fascist ideology, is not anti-Semitic. You cannot, like, there's a difference between people that fucking yell about me all the goddamn time and people who compare me to Osama bin Laden. One is Islamophobic, and there's not really much I could do about it. Who gives a right? I mean, we live in the post 9/11 universe. It is what it is, right? The other is people hating me for a multitude of different reasons.
Yeah.
If I were to constantly run around and be like, oh, you guys are being Islamophobic, you guys are being Islamophobic, when people go, Hassan, you have a Porsche, you've leased a Porsche while you're a
Yeah, I
socialist,
can.
what the
Okay, see, I can admit he's more reasonable than other Twitch villains. Okay, like I can admit he is. He's not that little like man baby bitch. You know what I'm saying? He's not coming out there just blanketing everything is. Oh yeah, you hate Gaza. Like no, what the fuck?
the is wrong with you? And I was like, that's Islamophobic. People would laugh at me. At least categorize
You can
why
give him
people
the
have their
credit.
disagreements with you.
Yeah, I'll take the Vosh approach. I think you can guess which fan base I'm part of now. But yeah, I'll take that approach where you can pick out of like knowing that Hassan is at least fairly reasonable in uh, he's fairly reasonable in how he approaches a lot of situations as far as dealing with the enemy, but when it comes to dealing with other leftists, that's when he falls very short.
You know what I mean? Try to figure out exactly what this is. It's not always about anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? Yes, I leased a Porsche, goddammit. Ironically enough, he went and bought the same Porsche after, and now he fucking runs around talking about Hassan as a wealthy hypocrite socialist.
Something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about
Oh
that.
my gosh.
You guys are
Okay.
just hurt, and you're kind
Okay, I could see where Eden was coming from. Yeah, I could see where some of the people were coming from as far as saying, fuck, why are you giving him so much leeway here, Ian? Come on. He's going out of his way at this point, in my opinion, to give reasons for Ethan's behavior. That's not the point of a content cop. See, the problem with this content cop is it's going to be too weak, and that's why a lot of right wingers were able to rip it apart. Honestly, I feel like if he had made a truly stunning, like slam job hit piece on Ethan, I feel like a lot of right wingers would have at least they wouldn't have liked it, but they would have at least respected it somewhat. It would have still had the vibe of an old content cop. This just feels like a generic YouTube drama video essay reaction post. Ew. With a little bit of spicy editing at the beginning, you know? It's like he was I've gone through this exact same process too, where I think a lot of us do it, where you start making a video. Okay, it's like that SpongeBob meme where he has the T in detail and then HE, it's or and then yeah, just everything else, you know. Like you get started, you get really hyped, you have a lot of time to start working on this brand new fucking video. It feels amazing. You want to throw all your new editing techniques at the wall, and then suddenly it it just kind of gets tiring. You run out of road, you run out of energy. Maybe you realize, oh shit, I'm like a month behind upload schedule. I gotta get this fucker uploaded. Suddenly you just rush through the rest of it. I don't want to imply that that's what happened here. I want to hope that he put a lot of effort into the entirety of the video, but like I don't know. This part of the video already feels like it's lost a lot of heat. Like it's lost a lot of momentum, you know, comparative to the first part of the video.
Kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white
I think he's
kids who were
bad.
protesting with the
I
black
think they're
students,
bad.
you think that they were just like,
Mr. Vape Nation, the Raider of Ramallah, yeah, I think they're bad. I think they're bad.
This is a civil rights violation. If you don't defend me, a podcaster who constantly chirps about Israel, if you don't defend me, this is a civil rights violation.
not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
marching with the black students and
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
well, and it's the
What
same
a fucking laughable thing to compare yourself to. Jesus Christ.
thing to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like
Okay.
I was thinking about going to Gaza
Yeah.
until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total
Hassan
performative
mentioned like
activist that doesn't give
3
single
times a
fuck about the
minute.
cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid.
Hold on, chat. I gotta put my iPad up. I gotta go charge the bastard. I'm gonna bring it in here. I was using it as a stream manager. Hold up. Hello.
Getting Giardia from the dog, whatever.
I'm
Lunch
sorry.
I had
I'll
at the
accept
restaurant.
this position from anyone
Oh, it needs to be
except
heated
you
up.
guys.
Fuck. Never mind.
You have laid the groundwork
I'll do that
for
later.
this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect
Yeah.
Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've
Yeah.
been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could
Thank
say
you.
so much, and it would make her a little
Come
bit
on.
uncomfortable,
Please
right?
get to the
It's not
content cop,
comfortable. She'll get a
please.
little bit of
Please get to the content cop, Ethan. Like, is this just like is he gonna like pull an epic video like editing prank and be like, what? It's just a pussy ass shit. This was why I was ever friends with them. Now let's get to the real beat. Like, please. That would be epic.
shit.
Yeah, just for
But
saying
that would be
which
commendable.
Which
That-
kind of, and by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
Well, when it's a
There
lie.
isn't a single person that I respect who would give a if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids.
I would.
Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog and Ethan and
All
Hila
right, I might not be.
wipe their asses or don't have Giardia or whatever the
All right, I
the
would be
prompt
offended
is,
about
no
that
one would
because
care.
that was
The only
funny.
person who would
It's
care is
content.
me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a
By the
It's
way,
not
I'm
my
sorry for
business.
the lack of content at the protest. I thought more people were gonna see what I was envisioning was that more people were gonna bring chairs, and then that way I could just have like more sit down interviews because we had more chairs there the fucking last time. You know, like I was hoping to be able to sit like Steven, the party chair down for a meeting or yeah, not for a meeting for an interview. I was hoping to obviously talk to Heather, maybe Crystal when she came by. She's vice president of Pride. That's like I was talking to all kinds of people that I was hoping to be able to interview, but eh, it didn't come to fruition because there was really no play. With that giant ass sign I had, and by the way, thank you Heather for letting me paint that, and yeah, and thanks Lisa for the paint. But yeah, um, yeah, since I was lugging that fucker around. It was just, yeah, I couldn't really get to a spot that was clear enough to set it down, and then also have space to sit, and then also have space for another person to sit, and then also have an area where I could put the device and we could have a video chat because that's what I was kind of wanting. Yeah, like let's be real, the fact that the interview with Heather came to an audio interview, that was not by design. I will fully admit. I was hoping that we'd be able to get a better space to be able to like do a video interview, but that it didn't come to fruition, unfortunately. But at least we got the audio interview in, so there's that. And again, you were great, Heather. I appreciate that. Got to give kudos to everybody that was involved with this stream today. This was a big project for me. This is a huge thing, even though it's probably very imperfect and it probably sucks in comparison to a lot of other Twitch streams. I feel like I hope that it can be reflected in the videos and the VOD about this, that this was made with a lot of effort because it is. I'm trying my very best to do like professional YouTuber ass shit as much as I possibly can with a 2 gig computer that's polluted with my mother's files on it and cost me like $200 at the store. Remember, it was the wrong fucking computer. I love telling people that story because it's true. And then yeah, trying to work off of this and then my old trusty iPad, and like a phone, you know, and I got like a whole shit ton of other things on my plate, and yeah, like real life shit, trying to get work, and you know, I don't talk about it an amazing amount on this channel because I feel like the purpose of this channel is something separate than me just broadcasting my political life. But I do have a lot of responsibilities with, the political shit outside of this channel. You may have heard Heather mention that I'm also an SEC delegate for the Washington State Central Committee for the Democrats anyway. And that takes a lot of responsibility. I got to go to meetings and shit. I'm gonna be hopefully going to one in Tacoma in May. And yes, I'll be trying to stream that if I can. Knock on wood. And
That's
also.
So yeah, it's a lot of other shit, but I hope everybody can appreciate the effort that went into the stream. I have no stream manager here, so I'm just checking. Play the game. What the fuck? See, I'm telling you, this is what I'm working with as a computer. This is fucking awful, man. Yeah, whatever. I closed a dockable window. It wasn't even working. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
Oh, people disagree with you, Ethan. A lot of people do, as a matter of fact. Not only do they disagree with the way you go about dealing with issues, but also people disagree with your overall sentiment. They disagree with your opinion, and it's not in an anti-Semitic capacity either. Some of the people that Ethan has deplatformed are Jewish, okay? Like the Arabs podcast. He called him a token, a person that he tried to get fired from their Good Mythical Morning production job. Matt Leap, also Jewish. Like, what do you mean? It's like you don't care. It's not anti-Semitism at all. It's just me. People don't like what I have to say. They must be anti-Semitic. Like, what a fucking silly way to approach reality.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes, it
difficult
does.
and standing by your principles.
Ethan
That's the
brought
whole
up how
point. That's
Sam
what makes
Hyde-
standing by your principles.
Ethan brought up how Sam Hyde broke IDubbbz. Some of his chat likes Sam Hyde now. Dude, that is crazy. He made Sam Hyde look good. Lemafea. We love Sam. Just because we hate Hassan and IDubbbz doesn't mean we like Destiny and Sam Hyde. Who's Sam Hyde? Sam got him, Lamau. Sam's going to eat this up, lol. Sam is too smart. Lol, Sam Hyde W. It's wild. It's wild because, like, if there's a real rabid anti-Semite in this equation, it's not me. It's not IDubbbz. It's Sam Hyde. He's literally a pedophile Nazi, okay? Not only is he a straightforward Nazi, he's also a fucking abusive pedophile. And this motherfucker is like, he doesn't have issues there because, like, Sam Hyde hasn't said anything about him personally. It's just
Wanted to
so
make sure I had the
simple.
right
It's what you see
motherfucker.
is what you get. If
As far
you
as the Sam
criticize
Hyde
Ethan,
character is
okay,
concerned.
recently, if you have something to say about Ethan recently, no matter how gentle you might be initially, you're the fucking worst guy, all right? You're the worst guy on the planet. You're the biggest anti-Semite on the planet. If you have something to say about Israel or Ethan's takes on Israel, oh, God, that is the highest
Oh,
stage of
can't have that.
anti-Semitism you could arrive at. You could be a literal fucking neo-Nazi. He also said Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me when I was coming up. He's just a little crazy and potentially a Nazi. Yeah, I'm a rabid anti-Semite
Potentially a
terrorist.
Nazi.
Sam Hyde, who is an out-and-about Nazi, is potentially a
Yeah.
Nazi. What is happening? How can people not see that this motherfucker doesn't
Yeah,
give
what
a
the
shit about
fuck?
anti-Semitism at all? What do you mean potential?
Principles.
Yeah, he's one of these
Admirable
weird.
is that
He's one of these weird right-wing guys that leftists tolerate in an effort to be like trendy and bipartisan and shit. It's just it's absolutely disgusting.
it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me,
Yeah,
hey,
real life friends with Andrew Anglin, like who gave to his defense fund. Like, get the fuck out of
what
here.
are your principles? And I can
Or like
tell you
Steiny.
the
A
way
lot
I've
of
been
people seem to
behaving
be
is
collabing with
exactly
Steiny
in
lately.
line with my principles.
And isn't he like a Trump humper? He voted for Trump. Or okay, fucking. Here we go. We're gonna go down the list. We're gonna fuck away. He's already getting sympathy from like super lived up motherfuckers, which is just what the fuck are you? Dave Portnoy? Really? That's the Barstool Sports guy. Just to help you remember, he's yeah. Just to jog your memory, the one that is like always saying shit about like bitches and bimbos and like what fucking not like, and then Bill fucking Burr. Oh, that's actually one where leftists are letting him walk free and liberals are a little bit mad about it. Understandably so. This guy, his fucking humor is putrid. It's revolting. And people just because he says a few good things about Gaza, it means he's off the hook for all that shit he said about like all those abuse jokes and rape jokes about women and shit. He's off the hook for everything because he doesn't like Israel. that it does kind of make it crazy. It makes you realize how crazy the U.S. government's stance on Israel is. In the face of the entire world and like 75% of people in the U.S. itself, you know, wanting us to do something to put a stop to the genocide in Gaza. Despite all of that, the U.S. government continues to, give them bombs by the fucking millions, man. And it's nuts that even though anti-Israel sentiment is so ubiquitous that even Bill Burr had the sense to be like, oh, the wind's blowing that way. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go that way, man. Like even Bill Burr had that fucking sense, and the U.S. government still continues to, give. Oh, hello, chatter. Hello, History Boy. How you doing? Welcome to the Oak Tree Saloon, where it's always happy hour. I'm reacting to the content cop like
Now we're going to talk.
Small has, except I'm doing the speed run of this. I'm watching Hassan's reaction to it because I was gonna go, but that shit, he took 7 hours to react to the whole brick. Like, dude, what the fuck? You know? Oh, you're doing good. That's great to hear. And yeah, I'm watching Hassan's version because it's like an hour 45. So, you know, and because it's still somebody that I can like point at. So,
Talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Mordecai,
shit.
friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is
Oh
anti-Ethan.
no.
Jesus, this is
Daily dose of internet.
comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here. Asmongold follows
Ha-
Frogan.
Oh yeah,
No,
just a clip
that
for him.
means you're anti-Ethan.
Yeah, no.
We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list,
Uh,
but one tier below them
Oh, yeah.
are the creators
Put
who
Snow and
associate with
Denim's
them.
in.
They're
That's funny.
essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low
True.
to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the.
No, he's mad about that too.
And also because Hassan gets considerably more motion than Denim's, Frogan, and Noah Sampson probably combined.
Literally, ironically enough, maybe I
Had to go back to find the mustache man. I'm sorry.
Ironically enough, after brigading the trash taste, the brigading the trash taste podcast, so did Asmongold. Asmongold did that as well. He turned his crosshairs on Theo Vaughn. The irony, of course,
Yeah. Oh my
was
gosh.
that
Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn had literally one day before me, and I did not know this at the time, had Candace Owens on. And he thought that he could get Theo Vaughn to look at me as an anti-Semite dangerous terrorist when he had Candace
Owens.
And Ethan didn't give a fuck about Candace Owens being platformed by Theo Vaughn. He was like, Hassan is being platformed by Theo Vaughn. Does Theo Vaughn know how much of a dangerous anti-Semite he is? Yeah, make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting terrorist
The internet's
creator. Do you not care at all?
Dude, Theo Vaughn is like, okay, no matter what you say about his political opinions or his tendency to get sucked into certain political opinions, Theo Vaughn is like a Labrador Retriever or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm starting to think about actually going hard on my leftist beliefs with the fact that an avid right-winger at my school spat in someone's face. Oh my fucking goodness. What happened after that? Did the person like fight back or like I understand if they couldn't, but if they could, that would be an awesome thing to hear. Cause wow,
All about how you look, man. Like, think about that. Think about that, bro. Like this right
Sorry to
here.
hear that that
There
happened. Wow,
are
yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that that happened. A lot of like what personally started I guess my journey into all this shit. Obviously after the election, I started I remember I had talked to some people I think it was, yeah, seeing the school board. Yeah, that's right. I saw that the school board had meetings, and apparently so did like all the other fucking local places, all the other gosh, local places, all the other councils and shit. And so, there was that element to it. But I remember there was a huge like controversy with a flag being hung up in our library, a pride flag. Well, actually, the progress flag to be technically specific. And there were a lot of right wingers in the area that tried to get that shit shut down. And you know, they haven't gotten violent yet, but some of these people have gotten violent before. Some of my friends have been assaulted in the past, and it's not, yeah, it's not nice. Jeez. The kid that got spat on was held down in the right wing. Yeah. Lunch, or yeah, got some sort of detention, yeah. But it's like, okay, yeah, fucking get expelled, man. What the fuck? That's assault. Like, like that's the reason my mom wasn't able to press charges against the guy that beat her ass in North Carolina because she spat on him first, and that is technically assault. So it was marked as self-defense when he walloped her, and it's like, yeah, spitting on somebody is no joke. Oh man, the South. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, for my school, it wasn't a debate on pride flags, but the Confederate flag. By the fact that you can already tell that I live in the South. By that fact, you can already tell I live in the South. Yeah, oh yeah, it's I definitely remember that. I was from Florida, so we had quite a lot of motherfuckers try to fly that shit down there. Scary. The weird part, and the part I find both a little scary but a little bit just sad, is that let me get back up here. The part I find a little bit silly almost, but in a like dangerous way, is that even living in the town that I live in now, Republic, Washington, it's it's a small town, but even though it's in the Pacific Northwest, because it's such a small redneck town, it means that people are flying Confederate flags at times. People buy T-shirts that have the Confederate flag on them. Oh shit, my iPad cut out. I'll just check into OBS every once in a while. But yeah, yeah, and because wait, what the fuck was I even talking about? I was talking about the Confederate flag being present so much up here, yeah, being almost omnipresent. Like, there's so many people that fly that shit up here. It's like it's Washington, man. This part of the country wasn't even part of the country. It, it was like a territory or some shit, like right? And so yeah, it didn't fight as part of the Union or the fucking South. People got, I almost feel a little bit LARPy, and I like to almost have this weird perverse pride where it's like, you know what? I'm more Southern than you are, you prick. I'm from fucking Florida, And even though, like, a lot of people from Florida, especially Central and Southern Florida, will tell you it's not really deep South. It's not truth South, especially with all the New Yorkers that flock there. But still, it's the South. It's South enough. Oh yeah, our schools are notoriously way too lenient with the shit. I can't even go to school without seeing a Confederate flag. Oh yeah, it's and like I honestly see more Confederate flags and more Trump flags around here in a tiny town in Blue, Washington than I ever did in Florida, but it's because I lived in a huge city. we weren't even necessarily. It was kind of like a Spokane situation where it's like we weren't even blue, we weren't even left wing. You know, we would often vote like 55 or 60% for Republicans. It sucked, you know, but it also was a big city and therefore was pretty diverse. And because 40, 45, 50% of the population were Democrats, it would mean that you, you know, it's a diversity that you couldn't really fight. So, but
A million examples.
it's nuts, dude. Like it's one of the few things that I do find myself craving. You know, it's weird. Not to sound like a conservative's worst nightmare, but I really do miss the diversity. Like I do miss being around all kinds of different people. You know, it is the same archetype for a lot of the people up here to a certain degree comparative to Florida. You know, I would see people of all ages, all skin tones, all religions, coming from all places of the earth. Where I came from, we actually had a notorious Greek community. Yeah, we actually Tarpon Springs, Florida, which is a bit north of where I lived, had the was it Tarpon Springs or Palm Harbor? It was one of the two. Um, that has per capita in America the highest Greek population. And like the And so I thought that was pretty interesting. And yeah, they exert a lot of influence. Like you'll see a lot of people in like city government with names like Komodomos and shit like that. Like
Of Ethan demonstrating that he doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism at all, and only has
sorry, as
this
you can
like
tell, I have
personal.
ADHD, so I like to it gives me content too. I try not to be one of the streamers that just like leans on my audience for content too much. Streamers will be like, you know, they will just react to every single message and then try to speed react to it. No, I take one message, I try to read that shit out, I try to make that shit into a whole video because you know what? I really do, because it is literally, being in the position of being a chatter in certain communities and being a streamer here, I know what it's like on both sides, where I know that you're helping me with the content. I really do appreciate that. You know, it gives me something to talk about. It gives me something, and that's why I love my chat. It's why I love everybody in it. You know, I look up, I try to do my best to entertain people, and you guys look out for me. So. I live in a small town. I travel like 17 minutes to school. And for what I know, I'm the most radical leftist anywhere near where I live. Oh yeah, I'm getting kind of a reputation here, I guess. I'm kind of becoming notorious, especially with like the red hair and everything. I'm one of the very few people in town with like a wacky hair color, and then I'm winding up in the paper and shit, so I'm kind of getting a little bit notorious. I got fired from my job for that actually. So yeah, yeah. That's fun.
Agenda towards people that have said, I don't like what he has to say about Israel. He's just lost in the sauce. He's defending Israel, right? He can't stand that shit significantly more than he actually cares about real
Just checking the time.
anti-Semitism. That he turned around and got mad about this and not about Candace Owens being on the Theo Von broadcast. Like it's so transparent. You don't have to be the smartest Ethan Klein foot soldier to recognize the inherent irony right here. Also, 1 minute ago, Jesus Christ, dude, screenshot from 1 minute ago. Holy, I know his ass didn't actually clap that himself. He definitely got it from his subreddit that is actively now a hunting ground for other subreddits, as a matter of fact. So, a lot of crossover with other subreddits there.
The world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on.
Yeah, that's. I didn't even realize
Stupid
that.
sexy Hassan. Yeah, yeah,
Us
yeah.
nieces and IDubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan.
Yeah,
It's because Ethan
exactly.
is a coward. He's a
Did they
bitch-made
put?
coward. I think
What is this guy? I don't know.
Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't with his ideology. But he's going to keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover
Dobby, baby.
is that people that he respects and looks up to,
We
they
love him. Love about
it's
himself.
just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends.
Sorry, I'm
you
a
know,
little stoned, as he
makes
probably
fun of
is a good amount of the
everyone.
time
It's
too.
not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about
I don't know. I think Stavros has actually said he's not like a weed guy. He'll drink though. He'll drink like a motherfucker. He's Greek. Come on.
Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His value
I'm allowed to say it. I'm
is
Irish,
Rhett and Link.
so
So Rhett and Link conveniently are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Oh, Chad Felix. Oh, Felix is gonna love this one.
okay.
Oh,
So that guy's named
no,
Felix. All right.
dude.
I got no idea like who some of these motherfuckers are. I'll be honest with you. And the only person that is male at my school that is according to the women now openly bisexual, so no suspicion that I'm any other gender than male. Yeah. All right. And yeah, I'm glad you're at least going through your journey. You know, it could be I understand it could be difficult to do that, especially when you have I hope I would I mean, I'm not gonna pry about your personal situation too much. I I hope that it's good though, you know, in your household at least, because you know, as somebody who went through a situation where it wasn't, where my parents weren't supportive of that shit at all, you know, I could definitely understand how hard it is to try to hide that stuff, but to also try to like boost it and to try to still feel it sometimes, even when your back's against the wall and even when you're having to hide it and be in the closet sometimes, to have those moments where you can really feel like yourself, you know? Like I remember the friends that as soon as I came out as non-binary and changed my name to Oakley online and we socially started using the name Oakley. I remember there were only like a couple friends who really started going with it. But that shit was so affirming. That shit was nice, you know? Um, like even though everybody else was calling me by my dead name, you know, there were a few people that were calling me Oakley, and that was really cool, you know? There's still some people that call me by my dead name, you know, honestly, it, but I don't talk to them much, like really. I try to keep those people out of my life to a good degree. I got queer friends, luckily, in an accepting family of at least bisexuality, where my mom and grandma actually dabbled in bisexuality. It's cool. That's cool. My my mom was at least a bit more accepting than my dad was. My dad was the type where if like if he had ever truly come out to know what the fuck was going on in my head, you know, if he had truly known what I was, I would have been lucky to be running off the lawn, dodging shotgun blasts away from my ass. You know, it's like, yeah, it would not have been pretty. Whereas my mom was begrudgingly accepting. And that can be an entirely different sucky thing as well, especially when she's having to keep a secret. So she holds it, you know, the person holds it over you whenever they, you know, want to get something out of you. Oh, I could tell dad at any point, you know, it was yeah, it makes you feel like it's a mistake to ever tell them. I can get how that side of the coin, or even just that begrudging acceptance in general from friends and stuff. That could suck too. You know, I had a friend or two that was like that for a little bit. I had to break it off because it's like it's not true acceptance, you know? It's not it's tolerance, and I don't want to be tolerated. I've felt tolerated at best by a lot of people throughout my entire life. I'm sick and tired of being tolerated. I want to be accepted. I want to be loved. I want to be treasured and cherished. Sorry, you know? And you know what? You got a right to feel that way too, Chatter.
Smog. Oh, dude. Maybe Ethan will finally talk about Felix. I know he's been begging for it. He wants this so bad. Oh, yeah.
Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning.
Well,
This guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody.
Yeah, dude. Classic canary mission ass behavior. Ooh, someone has said something mean about Israel. That's what Canary Mission does, right?
Yeah.
They're like, well, gotta get him fired. For Ethan, it's not just about Israel, though. Obviously, it's more so about his comments about Israel. God forbid anybody makes fun of Ethan. God forbid anybody has a disagreement with Ethan. Holy shit, dude. Time to find out where they work. Get them fired. It's
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, he brought on Boner Box because people were like, hey, Ethan.
I still feel awful for that guy who got his family his family got doxxed and the place he worked at got a bomb threat because of the whole. Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. For the people that were accepting, it was nice, those days afterwards. And honestly, it was really just nice getting, like, you do feel it immediately, this kind of, whether it's a big weight or a little weight, it comes off your chest, you know? But but yeah, I remember I've I've had a situation where it wasn't accepting, and that was actually I did come out to my dad, and it did not go well, and I had to do a lot of work to convince that man that I wasn't gay. I I had to do a lot of shit to, yeah, I had to do a lot of puffing out my chest and shit to convince him. My mom wasn't so convinced, so yeah. Now I can be as fucking fruity as I want to.
We're in your fan base. We are pro-Palestine.
Hold up. 4:53. Soon, I'm definitely gonna be wrapping it up. At about 5, I want to go till and with my plans
Who can we watch? Like this
in the stream, but I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes, maybe till the end of whatever scene Hassan's watching here.
was a demand. People were like, who can we watch that's like a pro-Palestine content creator? And he was like, here, this guy, Mr. Snipe Job himself.
That wants to kill my wife or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic. And he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only
did,
respects
didn't he?
power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators...
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm done. The soy bullshit from Ian. I'm done with what the fuck? He thinks I'm weak. He one word response is gonna be yes. Like, come on. I think the pattern with every queer person is at least something along the lines of coming out to friends and then family. Oh yeah, for me, it was weird. It was actually opposite. I tried coming up to my family first, and it did not. Like I said, it bombed. So I started coming out to my friends, and then I worked up the courage to come out to my mom. And like I said, she was begrudgingly accepting afterwards, which is a weird kind of zone to be in. Especially when, like, whenever they want you to, whenever they want to give like a good cop behavior, whenever they want to give positive reinforcement, they'll try to be like, oh, but I love you and accept you the way you are. I do. I see, I'll call you by your name, even though I call you by your dead name all the time. Like, but I do get it. When you have like an accepting family situation, it's at least good. And it is. And accepting friends are awesome as well. And it can do a lot to fight it. having a supportive social network and safety network, it does an immense amount to fight being in a discriminatory place, like more than you would, I mean, more than a lot of people in the world would believe. I didn't know how, I mean, even being here in small red town, Republic, man, I'm gonna need a drink after this shit. But being in a bright red town like this, I, building a social network, building a sport network, it's been awesome. It's helped me get through a lot of shit, and yeah. Well, I think it's semi-strategic because younger people are generally way more left-leaning than old people, and having something to fall back on is great. Oh yeah, exactly, definitely true. And yeah, just whatever support network you can build for yourself is always going to do you a lot of benefit. And I think it's kind of, I'm not going to say that that is more or less important than government acceptance and government rights and shit like that, civil rights, things like that, because obviously those are important. But having I feel like having good friends, it's sort of like having multipliers on your life, right? It's like having little like 1.2 and 1.4 efficiency multipliers everywhere in your life. It's cool. Like you could like if you're going somewhere and then like halfway along the way, one of your friends stops and it's like, "Hey man, you need pickup?" It's like, "Cool, you don't have to walk the rest of the way," you know? Or like or like if you're going somewhere and you need your friend to do some babysitting or pet sitting or something, they can do that for you. And then you can do it for them, you know? Oh yeah. And of course before friends or family is generally online. Oh yeah. My I was in a weird socially isolated situation where all the friends I had were actually online. So I guess it kind of makes a little bit sense in that way that I came out to my family first because they were the only like real life people. And I was growing up in a right wing household, you are kind of fed the lie that they're very accepting, even when they're not. You're fed that, like, oh, we're not racist. We just hate the thugs, you know? And so you really do end up thinking that. So by the time I discovered I was queer, I thought my parents were as accepting as they always lied to me and said they were, as they passed themselves off to be. So I just came right out and told them. I'm like, Mom, Dad, I have a boyfriend and he lives in Pakistan. Here's his picture. They're like, what the fuck? So yeah, yeah. All right. It's about 4:58. So let me. So we got through an hour for this content cop. I don't know if I'll be streaming again for a little while, so I don't think it'll still be relevant by the next time I get around to it. But it was nice watching that. I do think it's pretty soft on Ethan from what I've seen at first. From what I've seen from like the first for like what half hour, 40 minutes of the real video. It's like an hour into Silence Reaction. So um yeah, I'm gonna bid you all adieu. I but let me first brief you with my plans. So on the main channel, I'm working on a video, basically like one of those. I guess I can sneak peek it. I'm in the editing phase for a video that's one of those like day in the life, like daily routine things, but actually like decently done. Not something that seems like it's just flexing, but like just a genuine run through the day of my life. Like I walk my dog, stuff like that. Cute stuff like that. I go to the store. So yeah. Um, and we don't have an expensive grocery store. We just have a grocery store here. So we got no expensive and cheap place. And so there's that. Um, I'm also working on trying to at least be in the planning phase, and I'm hoping to maybe start like asking for clips and doing some clip farming at some point in the future. I'm really trying to work on this day in the life video first, but for this second video, it would be a kind of expose video. I got a topic, I got a mission. Left wing YouTube, BreadTube right now has a big problem with fucking ableism, with like this intellectual egoism that's just eating everything up, and it's the Hillary Clinton snark, and it's the same shit that that it, it causes us to not even be able to access huge swaths of the population, that might otherwise be brought over by more humble branding, more down to earth branding. And humble, down to earth, working class branding, again, doesn't mean you have to budge on trans rates. It doesn't mean you have to budge on Medicare for all. But you can advertise that shit in a humble, homegrown way. Come on, Democrats. You have like $1 billion in the coffers, right? We have like $1 billion in our national party's coffers. Like, what the fuck, DNC? But anyway, I'm getting a little bit off topic there, but I do feel like, because that's really the DNC part of it. But on the YouTube side of it, on the streamer side of it, so many streamers are just dripping with this intellectual contempt. I mean, they're always using the R slur and shit, and they're defending it, and they will like I've heard Hassan say, "Haha, dude, yeah, I'm ableist, bro," and not even as like a sarcastic thing. Like, so don't like I don't even want to hear that he's a good guy. He's not. And so I want to take down on like a whole bunch of these fucking YouTubers. Might not get that much attention, but whatever. I want to at least put it out there. I think it's an important message to put out there. It's my viewpoint. It's a viewpoint that I don't really see a lot of people making. But I think it would go a long way towards trying to attract more people to left-wing causes in general. If we dropped the whole intellectual snark and pseudo-intellectual snark, mind you, because none of us have read Das Kapital. We're not fucking theorists. I haven't. Like, I'm humble enough to admit that I don't, you know, it, that's not my forte, but doesn't mean you can't get involved. It just means that don't be a douche. Wheaton's Law, don't be a dick, you know? So, yeah, working on those videos. Now, I'm wanting to kind of get I'm really trying to pump to get this. I'm working to try to get this video on, the daily routine out. I don't think I want to do another stream until I've got that out, honestly, but I don't know what the time frame is on it, but I'm still kind of in early editing phase, I'm gonna be real, because there is a shit ton of other things going on in my life. You can hear about them if you go to the Discord or if you check out the Tundra branding. It'll be, below the be below the YouTube videos on this, the VODs. And by the way, speaking of the VOD, this VOD, I have to cobble it together because the stream actually split up into like a million different streams. But I'll cobble it together and, get a VOD up. And um, I gotta also just edit clips from the day, edit clips from maybe like the content cop thing, so all that, edit clips from the protest. I want to put them out there on even a different channel, kind of like a streamer's channel, but not like a VOD's channel, one for more like clips. So yeah, um, that would kind of put me on like 3 different YouTube channels, one for my video essays, one for my streams, one for my VODs, which I think really rolls well. I think a lot of YouTubers do this weird thing where they put their streams like with their streaming type content with their video essay type content. Although to be fair, a lot of them are specializing in one or the other these days. Not a lot of people do both, you know. Hayden does. I don't know if this chatter I have in here, History Boy, is from the Peen community. I suspect it because I kind of went fishing for I went fishing for viewers, but yeah, she does a great amount of like the dual content. That's kind of what I want to be. But anyway, so you might see videos come out on a second or third channel soon. Um and I I'll probably try to stream again. Well, I'm aiming for my next stream to be uh after I release the day in the life video. Ooh, man, I'm dragging ass, but so yeah. After that, yeah, after I release that vid, I'll actually try to hype the stream up, get everything, get everybody really hyped up for a week. Might try to create some graphics around it. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Can't predict the future, but knock on wood. And other than that, yeah, if you want to follow what's going on with like journalism and shit in my life, I upload my articles onto my Substack. That's available through the Tundra Network. You can find that in the Discord or in the link below the YouTube videos that'll be associated with the stream. Um, so yeah, uh, I do a lot of I'm honestly having a good bit of advancement there, knock on wood. I'm really enjoying what's going on anyway. We an article of mine is going to release in the county newspaper, which I'm stoked to show you all when it does. But that's my big announcement. That's my big one I wanted to share. Yeah, I'm in the Piper, and not just me being like in a protest, but like me writing an article, not just me writing some angry letter about some other angry letter to the editor. No, but this will be like a proper article. The topic is supposed to be on the Save Act and that's why I was talking to people. I don't know if anybody heard it on the stream. Me talking to people about the Save Act because I was so interested in it lately, writing about it and just hearing what's gonna happen. I mean, this shit's it's gone up to the Senate now, and it could very well disenfranchise me. So yeah, I'll keep you guys tuned on if I still have the right to vote soon. I should have asked Steven, the party chair, if it's important to be able to vote, to be to be a politician, because it's like it's, I don't think it is. I feel like there's been politician. Yeah, there's been systems where you can like win an election in a place that doesn't even allow you to vote. It's kind of funny. So, yeah. And so yeah, just trying to think about other real life shit. Yeah, I'm even maybe thinking about, who knows, maybe if everything goes right, trying to take some sort of crack at local governance, but that's still whoa. Let's not go anywhere crazy. Let's not incite a rumor or anything. It's just maybe exploratory committee, shall we? Think of this as my exploratory. But anyway, I'm 7 minutes over, and this has been another happy hour at the Oak Tree Saloon. I mean, it's always happy hour here, but I am gonna have to leave the bar. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Love you all. You have a good one. It's been a pleasure. Seriously, this stream has been incredibly fun. So, welcome. Let's. God, I haven't found out a stream outro yet, but that what I just did was actually pretty cool. You can't go home, or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's good. That's good. I'll use that in the future. Thank you, everybody.